I think I'm receiving these two reports. This House is in session. Minutes of the meetings held on Thursday, July 20th, 2023, Tuesday, July 25th, 2023, Friday, July 20th, 2023, and Friday, August 11th, 2023, to be confirmed. Honorable the government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
Question that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed.
Announcements by Your Honor, the Speaker.
Message from these two reports. What is it? What? I'm in receipt of the Auditor General's Report 2022 and the report of the Accountant General on the financial statements of the Government of Barbados for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022.
Messages from Her Excellency, the President.
Message from Her Excellency, the President, dated 13th August 2023. Dear Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform that I shall be away from office during the period 14th August 2023 to 2nd September 2023 on vacation leave. In accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the office of the President during my absence. As the Honourable the House of Assembly will not be meeting prior to the start of my vacation leave, it will not be possible for the usual formal messages to be sent to your chamber. Will you therefore please bring my absence formally to the attention of the Honourable the House of Assembly when next it meets? Yours faithfully, President.
Petitions, papers.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the land tax rate of tax order 2023, as well as the land valuation, fresh valuations order 2023.
Government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Commission of Probates Bill 2023.
The questions that the aforementioned bill be read the first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The questions that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 9. In the name of the Honourable Senior Minister, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 2, lease to the Autism Association of Barbados, a charity registered under the Charities Act, Chapter 243, as charity number 612, of a parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at the garrison in the parish of St. Michael, in this island, for its basic life skills program.
Honourable, before you rise. Honourable. I wish to acknowledge the presence of the Barbados Council for the Disabled and members of the Autism Association of Barbados. Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, let me to acknowledge the members for the Council of Disabled and the Autism Association. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that assisting and helping members of these various associations and service clubs to be able to do their work and to be able to access various properties of the government because of the tremendous work that they do for this society and yeoman service that they provide to this country is always, always honored. And I am very proud to be able to come today to be able to put this resolution before this honorable House to assist the association. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before the House is a proposal to lease 836.5 square meters of land consisting of 707 square meters of land and 120 square meters of road reserve and 9.5 square meters of sidewalk, together with the building thereon known as the Annex at the Garrison St. Michael, to the Autism Association of Barbados for its basic life skills program. The land was previously used, Mr. Speaker, as an annex for the Caribbean Examinations Council prior to its relocation to its new location at the Pine in St. Michael. The Barbados Council of the Disabled has predicted, Mr. Speaker, that 1 in 68 children will be diagnosed with autism. The Autism Association of Barbados estimates that approximately 2 to 2.25% of the current student population are either autistic or on the autistic spectrum and have closely related severe social and reduced learning abilities. And it's further estimated that the total number of persons on the spectrum is in a range of 850 to 900 people in Barbados. The association, Mr. Speaker, thank you, became a registered charity in February 22nd, 2005. And the membership currently stands at about 60 people, representing parents, caregivers of autistic persons across a wide age range from infancy to old age. The Autism Association serves as a tremendous advocate for its members, providing a voice to stand up for those with the disability. The association aims to educate persons about the disability so that people will better understand how to recognize and support individuals, with autism. Public awareness programs also aim to dispel the myth that autism is a mental illness or that persons affected are mentally deficient persons. Rather, autism is a neurological disorder marked by abnormalities in the brain. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because many people don't understand what autism is about, have to be educated, and have to recognize that people that suffer from autism have a general neurological and a physical disability, not a mental disability. And this is absolutely important because we know the stigma that mental disability carries in Barbados, and it is unfortunate. And we have to keep breaking down these stigmas and helping people to understand that medical illnesses are no fault of the person, but things that we have to do to accept them and help them to improve. Children with autism syndrome disorder require behavior therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, early intervention, and educational services. Additionally, some people with autism also have medication, as they do with ADHD, ADD, and all of those other neurological disorders that children suffer with from time to time. Most of the public schools, Mr. Speaker, in Barbados do not cater to autistic children. There are a number of schools and associations, besides the Autism Association, that cater to children with this special need. There are places like the Children's Development Center in Gemmett's Lane, St. Michael, the Barbados Council of Disabled, obviously, and we have members here, Barbados Association for Children with Intellectual Challenges, the Chalna Complex, the All Saints Special Unit, the Alma Paris, the Ann Hill School in the Pine in St. Michael, the Learning Center at Orange Hill, and the St. Gabriel's Special Unit at Henry's Lane in St. Michael. Autism, Mr. Speaker, is a lifelong disorder. It has serious implications on the lives of the autistic person, and the Autism Association sees itself as having a tremendous role in drawing the attention of the society to challenges experienced by those on the spectrum. And their plans include pursuing the provision of supervised independent living for the mature members of the association whose parents are no longer able to care for them. This is a real problem throughout the society, and providing care not only for people with autism, but even care of our elderly and care of people who are differently abled. And it is something that we as a society have to work on, to be more caring of those who cannot care for themselves. You know, Mr. Speaker, I often hear the Prime Minister talk about the golden rule. The golden rule. You know, treat others as you would want to be treated yourself. That others is not only normal people. That others relates to people who need care. That other relates to people who are vulnerable. That other relates to people who are disabled, and for whatever reason. We have to understand that if we are going to be a good, caring society, caring for those who are less fortunate, who are less able to care for themselves, sometimes through no fault of their own, then observing the golden rule and understanding that this is an important part of being an adult person, the important part of being a good person, and the important part of being a good person in this society that we are building. Mr. Speaker, a quality training program helps children with autism. It helps them to learn essential skills to overcome challenges. And a specialized training builds on a child's strength and is based on individuals' needs and goals. With skill and persistence, autistic persons can be provided with the tools they need for success now and in later life. And this is not only words, Mr. Speaker. I have seen the benefits of children who started off on the spectrum with minimal to no verbal skills, minimal to no communication skills of any sort, little to no life skills. And through training and persistence in getting those children to a higher level by keeping at them and keeping them training, can transform and make those children better able to take care of themselves. May not be to the extent that another person would, but certainly improve the ability for them to handle themselves. So this life skills is vitally important, and a place to teach these life skills to children with autism as just as important as ever, so that we can give every single person a chance and leave no person behind in this society. Life skills, thank you. Life skills, Mr. Speaker, can be taught to autistic persons and include time management skills. Well, sometimes you say Bajans, the average Bajan needs time management skills, not only the autistic person. Time management skills, such as planning the day, creating a to-do list, and prioritizing tasks. The second will be performing everyday tasks, such as doing the laundry, shopping for groceries, cooking, cleaning, managing money. How to travel on various forms of transportation, as well as following safety signs and street lights, and developing skills to boost their employability. Important things that we often take for granted, but skills that need to be taught and reinforced to the autistic person. Mr. Speaker, the resolution now seeks to facilitate the lease of a property so that they can conduct work leading to the establishment of its basic life skills program. The building is the annex, is about 1,200 square feet with surrounding landscape area and a semi-enclosed courtyard. The benefit of the garrison location is that it's on a bus route for the ZR vans as well for the transport board. It's close to Highway 7, passes through the constituencies of St. Michael South and Christchurch West, which is near and dear to my heart. In fact, of course, the garrison I grew up on, coming from Dighton Road, and I know all of those buildings very well. And it also is part of a reflection of what government is doing to be able to renovate buildings that have gone into disuse. And you would be well aware, Mr. Speaker, when we first started the renovation of the registration department, and that has done so beautifully that we're able to put the name of my predecessor, Sir Henry Ford, and another former Chief Justice, Sir David Simmons, those two names on that building, obviously to show the pride that we put in renovating those buildings that fall into disuse. The second building that we did was the gatehouse at the former Barbados Water Authority. That was completed and put into use. The next one we did was the welfare building opposite the Ministry of Housing, and that one is back into use. We are now also doing and about to complete the building opposite this same annex, which was the former Town Country Planning, now the Planning and Development Building. We're hoping to have that completed by the end of this month and bringing that building back into use. The Baco building, we're looking at renovating as well to have that building back in. You're also aware that those are some buildings being done by government. But that's not the only way that we can bring buildings back into use. We also included other organizations to bring disused buildings back into use. The one that I remember very, very well, which was quite an interesting debate in this house when we were in Worthing, was bringing the Culloden Farm. The Culloden Farm building, when the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, we released that to them. They've started work on it, and soon that building will be also brought back into use. So it's not only every single building government has to pay for to bring into use. And now the Autism Association of Barbados taking over, leasing the annex to them, so they can renovate the building. I understand it's about $200,000 at the time that this was done. It may be a little more or less now, depending on the cost of materials. But to bring that building back into use, as you know, we also issued an RFP for the Treasury building, to bring that building back into use. Glenderry, bring that building back into use. It isn't every single time that you have a building that either government has to do it or that the building has to be knocked down. We can rehabilitate buildings, bring them back into use, and make them available for the people of Barbados, either through government or through non-governmental organizations, to make them available for people to use and appreciate. So the building has not been occupied for a number of years and is currently in a state of internal and external dilapidation. The proposal was made by the Autism Association in 2021, and it indicated that it would be responsible for undertaking the renovations. They say 154 at the time, 2021. I would imagine that could easily go to maybe 160, 170, that kind of price based on the inflation of building materials. Now, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance is mindful of the fact that it is within the UNESCO World Heritage Site, and such must be maintained, and welcomes the offer by the Autism Association to undertake the renovations. In terms and conditions of the lease, Mr. Speaker, recognizing and appreciating the role that the Autism Association has played and the leasing of the unused property known as the annex, and given the fact that the Autism Association's charitable organization is prepared to pay a necessary concessionary rent of $3,000 per annum, plus $3,000 plus VAT per annum, or $250 per month, as was recommended, with rent reviews every 5 years. The recommended rental rate for the properties in the area are much, much in excess of that, but we are recommending, obviously, a much reduced concessionary rent. The lease will be for a period of 10 years with an option to review for a further 10 years, and the lessee would be responsible for putting and keeping the premises in good repair, inclusive of structural repairs throughout the term. The lessee also will be responsible and bear the cost of the site and comply with any planning and development statutory requirements, responsible for all outgoings, inclusive of taxes, property and liability insurance arising from the use of the premises. The building is to be used for the Autism Association, and the expiration of the lease, or sooner determined, the premises will revert to the state for a nil consideration. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provision of Section 5 of the Crown Lands, the laws of Barbados, stipulates that the Minister, with the approval of Parliament, shall sell, lease, exchange, grant, assign, or surrender any land vested in the state. It is now proposed to seek parliamentary approval for the resolution preparing to grant this lease of 836.5 square meters, consisting of 70 square meters of land and 120 square meters of road reserve, to the Autism Association of Barbados. And I look forward to the day when they complete the renovations and they can provide these basic life skills to give these Barbadians, these worthy Barbadians, these good Barbadians, an opportunity to have a better chance to be self-sufficient and to be able to do things for themselves and make their contribution, because everybody has a contribution to make. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I often say every single person has a talent. Every single person has a talent. It's only to find that talent for that person. A lot of people, I don't speak a lot of it, but I have a cousin who is, I guess John is about 23, 24 now, and he has suffered as an autistic child, an autistic person, all of his life, with minimal communication skills. And he was able to go to the school in Reservoir Road. And if I give an opportunity, Yasmin Vihakis. And what we found with my cousin is, although he had minimal communication skills, his ability to paint is phenomenal. His ability to paint is phenomenal. And he has developed that to the point that I have bought quite a few of his paintings. And he offers his paintings for sale. And he has benefited tremendously from that school, and obviously learning those life skills that school was able to provide. Sadly, his father, my uncle, passed away a few years ago, and I can't say that that I certainly cannot fill that role, but I do communicate with him almost on a daily basis, so that he understands, even although his father, my uncle, is no longer available, there are still people who are very concerned about him and want him to do the best and to be able to be a contributing member of this society. So, I'm sure that there are many, many people in this honorable house that autism touches. Some very close, some on an extended basis. And we are, I would imagine, nobody could be against this opportunity to lease this small building, 1,200 square feet, to the Autism Association. And we would all want to wish them well, to be able to get the renovations done quickly, and to be able to start providing this valuable service to people who suffer with this neurological disorder. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would beg to move this resolution do not pass.
Honourable Member for Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I too want to begin by expressing gratitude to the association, the Autism Association, for the work that they have done for persons with autism in Barbados. I want to thank the Council for the Disabled for the work that they too have done for persons with disabilities in Barbados. I also want to commend the National Disabilities Unit for the work that they've done. In fact, sir, all of the agencies that are associated with doing this very good work, I want to commend them, because this space is not an easy space to be in, and it's often very difficult to see progress. As Minister, sir, I want also to thank the former minister, the member for St. Thomas, because a lot of the work that we are now doing, and what I will speak to later, a lot of that work she started, sir, and I just had the privilege to continue it. But Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not just a matter of vesting a building in an association. The Autism Association charity, which was founded in 2005, sir, they state that their role is to advocate for parents and caregivers and children, teenagers, and young adults who are on the autistic spectrum. That, sir, is just a sentence, but the gravity of that sentence, sir, is tremendous. The amount of work, sir, that is needed in this space, and the amount of work that is necessary, sir, for every individual case. It is often the case, sir, that we come to Parliament and we lay down numbers and we lay down percentages, sir. But the reality is that each of these represents, sir, a person. And each represents a story that is extremely, extremely sad in many cases and very difficult. And while we acknowledge, sir, that in some cases it is a development disability, sir, I said to my colleagues yesterday that the biggest disability really is the system. Because the system is preventing persons in Barbados with disabilities, sir, from being able to reach their truest and most fullest potential, sir. It is in that context, sir, that I wish to frame my brief intervention. And the reason that I chose to be fairly brief today is because by the end of the year, I would expect that we would lay the report that was chaired by the Honourable Member for St. James North in relation to the advisory committee that establishes the commission, sir. We will also come to Parliament with the policy, sir, which is also finished. And we will also come to Parliament, sir, with the legislation, which is in draft, sir. So we've done a lot of work. And over the course of the next few months, sir, there's going to be constant conversation. I would also want to thank that commission, sir, for the work that they would have done in bringing us to this point. I want to thank the members who are in this room, those who are not, sir, because a lot of consultation has gone into the preparation of this document, sir. And that consultation has made it very clear to me, sir, that Barbados has a long, long, long road to travel when it comes to treating to persons with disabilities generally, but perhaps an even longer road to travel when it comes to treating to persons with autism. And sir, we had, under that committee, we had about 70 meetings, many stakeholder meetings, many nights. You know, there's a warmth that I get, sir. When you go to these meetings, sir, the discipline and the commitment of the persons in this space. Persons come into every meeting, every time, sharing their experiences, sir. Every meeting, every time. In fact, sir, I have, and I can make it a document of the House, the Autism Association of Barbados, our goals for the Autism Association of Barbados for 2021 and 2022, a community response providing basic life skills to teenagers and young adults on the autistic spectrum. I remember when I received this document, friend, sir. As a matter of fact, all of us, I believe, in this room received a copy of this document. And the commitment, sir, the effort, the tenacity, the stick-to-itness, going around, sir, convincing member by member by member to try to make this happen, sir. To make this happen, because it would not have happened if it was a one-off event. Just constantly coming to members. I remember also the former member for St. Michael South East Hamilton, Lashley, being an advocate at one point before, coming to me with a document similar, sir. Just pushing. And you have to push, sir. It reminds me, sir, that, you get sometimes what you work for. But because the effort from this association has been tremendous, sir. I commend them, sir, for their effort. And, sir, today I want briefly to go through some of the work of the association, yes, but I want to talk widely, too, also about disabilities, sir, and the position that Barbados now finds itself and the direction in which we must go, sir. So I've framed my limited intervention, sir, in 5 parts, which I call the principle, sir. The principle that guides us as a government, the party, sir. The philosophy in relation to what it is that we are seeking to do and why it is that we find it necessary to work with the NGO sector. Why is this part of the government's DNA? Sir, I'm also looking at the progress in relation to the achievements that we've made over time, and they've been many. And I believe, sir, I could argue easily, without fear of contradiction, that this government has put the most resources behind persons with disabilities of any government in the history of Barbados, sir. But I also feel like I would be doing myself, the government, and the persons, sir, in this room and other places a disservice if I did not speak about the pain, which I call the reality of today, sir, because when you read the report produced by the Honourable Member for St. James North and his committee, it is a very painful experience in every category, sir. And then lastly, I call it the plan, sir, in relation to our vision, sir. So, sir, what is the principle on which this Labour Party continues to intervene in the lives of people, sir? Our motto, sir, is a better life for our people. We have, sir, to make life better for all people. There is, in social policy, a concept called distorted development. It is where a country develops at an advanced rate sometimes, slow rate sometimes, but it develops, but that other people do not reap the benefit of that development. For them, it is distorted. And if there is evidence of distorted development, sir, it is in the lives of persons with disabilities. And that they have not been the beneficiaries, sir, of the promise of this country. They have not been the beneficiaries in many cases, sir, of the results, too, beyond the promise of this country, sir. And so the principle that we must begin our intervention in, sir, is that all people matter. And that all people must have the opportunity to live a good and a decent life in this country, sir. We tried to do a count, sir, of the persons with disabilities, sir. We took some numbers from the census, which I'll speak to later. But I know, sir, that we also have to offer people something. Because why would a man or woman just come and say, this is my reality, when at the end of it, all you have is a sob story and nothing? And the government has to rethink its role, sir. This leads me to the philosophy. Many years ago, sir, in keeping with the Labour Party tradition, I wrote a paper. And in that paper, sir, published, and I could also make this a document of the House, the Journal of Public Sector Policy Analysis in 2007, my team and myself, back then I was Director of Social Policy, we argued that there has to be a new role for the state, and that the state must have a role in the building of social capital, and that the state must understand its role in delivering goods and services to people. And that the bulk of my argument then, sir, is something that I feel to be true now, sir, which is that the state, even though it must have a bigger role, it must do so through agencies, through NGOs, through the private sector, through CDOs. So even as you devolve that devolution of power, sir, to NGOs and so on, sir, you get a bigger reach, but that the government facilitates. It doesn't have to be the person doing all the work. And that there are many NGOs in this country who are doing very good work, sir, and who could do more work, bigger work, broader, wider, deeper work, if they had the support of the government, sir, in a way that would allow them to be authentic, sir, and to be true. The other question is this, sir. For many people, they do not believe, sir, that the government is well-intentioned. Not this government, any government. There's always a latent distrust between the state and its citizenry. That's just the way it is. The longer you form the government, the greater that distrust, even though you can show results after results over time. So that there is a legitimacy that NGOs have. There is a legitimacy that the Council for the Disabled would have, that the Autism Association of Barbados would have, sir, that the government could never have. And that is because, sir, they are recognized as being committed to a cause, sir, beyond any political purpose. And even though we could be chaste in our intentions, sir, that is the lens by which we would always be viewed. And I believe, sir, and I argued then in 2007, that the state had a responsibility to devolve some of its power to these local groups, even though we might have to insist on greater scrutiny because you have government's resources, even though you may have to build the capacity of the organization, sir, because many NGOs do not have that level of capacity, even though you may have to work with financial literacy in some regards, sir, but that the legitimacy that they bring, the fact that they could reach people that we could never reach, sir, tells me that this is the way to go, sir. And you will see, sir, in the ministry, that is the way we're going. That is why we can say that we've been able to widen the scope of persons that we've assisted, sir. That is why we've given more money and to more organizations, sir, because I believe strongly that the best way to reach people is through agencies that are deemed to be legitimate, sir. And if the Prime Minister were standing here, there are two words that all of us have come to know, sir, in our speech and in our practice: deconstruct or reconstruct. Deconstruct, reconstruct. Deconstruct the existing systems, look at what has worked, what has not worked, what are the process flows, why some of these flows are not working, why is it taking so long to do things, sir, and then reconstruct them. And I feel that we ought to apologize to the Autism Association, if I'm being honest, sir, for the length of time that it took for this to be here before this Parliament to allow them to do this work. They've been trying to get it since 2019, sir, 4 years. And it takes too long in many of these cases for us to be able to deliver the things to the people that want them, sir. And these are systemic issues. Systemic issues. In the same paper that I wrote, I spoke about the bureaucracy. These are deep systemic issues, sir, that we have to be able to deconstruct and reconstruct. And so that the state of the building in 2023, I imagine, is a little bit worse than it was in 2019. When you first did your budget, sir. The other thing is this: I saw quotations from other agencies, private sector agencies, to do the work. Quote, sir, at that time, relatively reasonable. I know it might be a little bit more money now. But I also know, sir, that there are many private sector agencies. We've asked our young people to give back. We've said to the students at the university and at the Barbados Community College, and we said it to the students at the SJPI, that they must give back. That this society must be built on people giving back to other people, sir. But when I look at some of these quotations and some of the agencies quoting, I know they get big work from the government, and that they get massive amounts of money, and that I feel that we have to have a system, too, of corporate give back. Because at the end of the day, sir, it is not fair for people to try to make profits on every single thing, sir, when they have much broader aims, sir, at the end of the day, sir. And if you think about it, in America, in the US, sir, where I studied once, if you are a student, sir, they ask you about your civic engagements. As a matter of fact, the students from Ross University who are here will tell you that they've been busy hunting down opportunities to be involved in society because it's the DNA of how it's done. Our students are struggling with it because they have never really had to do it. But when you're applying for university, sir, I sat on a school board of an Ivy League institution, sir. I was one of the persons evaluating persons and determining if they got in or not. And one of the greatest amounts of marks actually when they were allocating was in relation to your civic engagement. What have you done for the world? And our students, sir, have to get to the point where they do that, but our private sector has to do it. And I hope when the Autism Association goes back around, as they must, for new quotes, sir, For the agencies that get tremendous work for the government, I hope that they will see it fit, sir, as part of their social responsibility to give a better deal to the association so that they can do their work, sir. This is work for the country. And we must see it, sir, in that regard as a cause. It is a cause. And all of us have a role to play, sir, in making sure that this cause is a successful cause. So we must deconstruct and we must reconstruct. But I would also want to say, sir, as part of our overarching philosophy, which is that we must empower the NGO sector, sir. And you would see, sir, we've done it in relation to homelessness, sir. We're going to continue to do it. We've done it for the battered women, sir. We've done it for the seroptimists. We're doing it for, name them, sir. We've added a whole range of new entities, sir, because I believe very strongly, at the end of the day, the best way to build social capital, to deliver on the promise of Barbados, is to do it through the legitimate organizations that were created, sir, for this particular purpose, sir, and they're doing it with only their heart. Many of these organizations struggle. I wonder sometimes, sir, allow me to say the name of the president, Mr. Frank Johnson, sir. I wonder sometimes if this man sleeps. Because if you message at midnight, you get a response at midnight. And a very lengthy one too, like the two that I got last night. Very lengthy responses, very detailed, very informed. I want to thank him through you, sir. Because there are a number of things, sir, and I ask myself, how do these people earn a living? Many of them, sir, have to sacrifice the little time that they have because most of the people have a child who's autistic, a family member who's autistic. When you have an autistic child, you don't have time because you have to spend the time that we take for granted. When I hear a man say he killing time, you can't kill time. Time kills you. Or when you tell you that you're killing time, you're just killing time here, you can't kill time. At the end of the day, sir, time is so precious and so limited. And these members of the association, sir, find the time to still do this kind of work. I was speaking, sir, I've spoken to many, but I was speaking to a lady who has an autistic adult son who functions like a child. She tells me he's 20 years old. 20 years old with the strength of a strong, grown man, but functioning as a 2-year-old. So you have a 2-year-old man overpowering any woman. Imagine having to change sometimes when they have to change the persons and the garments or whatever, sir. The difficulty if that man at 20 years old decides, I am not letting you change me now. Because while they function at the level of a baby, they have the strength of a grown man. And the reality is that it became extremely difficult to deal with. But then how do you get up and go to work? How do you get up and go and spend time with your friends, sir? And unless we get this right in this country, sir, this is going to be one of the greatest setbacks, sir. And I will speak to that when I speak about the pain in this country. But we have to be able to get that right, sir, because it is one of the greatest problems facing persons who have autism, sir, are of a different disability in many ways. And when we say Barbados has responded, oftentimes we're talking about physical disabilities. We've done ramps, sir, we've made it accessible for persons. We've done, sir, in many cases, we've made sure buildings have lifts, which is also very, very good. We've provided wheelchairs. We've done a lot, sir. And that is a good thing. And I'm saying, I don't want to make it sound like I'm belittling it, but there are many, many other things that we know must achieve. And during the course of our conversations, it was the persons with cognitive disabilities, sir, that became very clear to me that even though we've progressed, persons with cognitive disabilities in Barbados are not feeling the benefit of it, sir. The distorted development becomes most clear for persons with autism. But I would also want to say, sir, that this government, when we came into office, we gave a 40% increase to the welfare department. And that matters because in the welfare department, of a list of 8,000 plus, 2,000 plus are registered as persons with disabilities. So this government empowered over 2,000 persons with disabilities when we raised the welfare rate by 40%, sir. And while that is good, again, sir, we also know that we have to do more, and I'm hoping, sir, that in the next financial year we are able to do more. But as we all know, and people have forgotten, COVID has set back every country in the world. I would also say, sir, that the grants to most nonprofit organizations went up by that same 40%. so that the associations that were traditionally getting monies from the government of Barbados received an increase of 40% in the monies that they were receiving. We have moved, sir, the Autism Association, sir, up by 500%. And even though 500% is good, I know it is not enough, and I think we need to double that. And I'm going to be asking, sir, in the estimate, sir, hopefully with the permission of the Prime Minister, for us to do it, because the Autism Association has done a lot of work, and they have a lot more work to do. But this government increased it by 500%. We've also, sir, given a tremendous increase, sir, to other associations. If the Minister in the Ministry of Finance were here, he would tell you, sir, that we did a tremendous amount of investment in the community, the school that's in my community, sir. We've done work for the lifelong learning, sir. We've given tremendous resources, but it is not enough. It is not enough. And the philosophy, sir, that we have is that we have to empower these agencies, these organizations to be able to do that kind of work, sir. I trust that with the funds that we're going to make available and with the relationship, that at least these resources will go a little way to making sure that we can do better for persons who have autism in this country, sir. And I do know, sir, that even after taking over, it's like when you build a house. When I built my house, sir, a few years ago, people who had a house told me, you know, Kurt, you're going to be broke for the next 5 years. And I laughed because I budgeted, sir, to the last cent. I had it planned out, sir. I knew exactly how much I was going to spend on my house. I knew exactly how I was going to allocate my money when the month come. The first thing is that I built my house and went overseas. I was building and living as a student in America, big problem. So that by the time I came back, my house had finished, all of my money was gone. I had to go try and scrape up a loan. By the time you move in the house, sir, you still got a million things to do. There's a point to this. You still have a million things to do, sir. You would know. You still got to fix this thing and fix this thing to finish the house, and then the things you've already fixed start to break down. So you plan and you budget, sir. And of course, sir, I did not at the time anticipate I was going to move into politics, which presented a different challenge altogether. But, sir, your finances may change. And, sir, when I finished with all of my planning, I found that every single month, the people who told me be prepared to be broke, allow me to say broke, sir, because that's what they told me, you're going to be broke for 5 years.
5 years going yet, my friend?
Huh?
I don't remember the 5 years going already.
Yeah, my 5 years, well, they come back. But at the time I budgeted, sir, I was sure, I'm just saying this to say, I know the association has budgeted. I know they've done their homework. I know, sir, I've seen the plans. I've met with them enough times. I know they have people who are going to contribute. The president is an architect. He's given of his time. There are many members there who are builders, sir. But plan as you like. Even if you are able to finish this building, I am telling you, the resources that you think you have available will not be enough when you're running your own facility. That's why I feel the government will have to step in and give a little bit more resources over the course of the next few years, sir. I just know that it's going to be, as they say, hard food. Because it is going to be very, very difficult to be able to run that association, sir, hoping for people to give you money. It's all right to do when you're renting. That's okay to do when you don't have a building. But when you own the building and it's leaking, it's your responsibility to fix it. Everything changes, sir. And so I know that even though they have plans, and I know that they did not plan, sir, for the level of deterioration that occurred over the last 4 years, I know that we are going to have to do more. But I call on the private sector in pursuit of this very worthy cause. I call on the private sector, one, to give them better deals on the quotations when they're doing the work, but also to come forward and to give them some support. The Autism Association, sir, is one of the associations, in fact, sir, the Council for the Disabled, one of the associations that you have no issues whatsoever with their finances, and therefore should be a willing, sir, and an easy partner for a person who is looking to do that corporate responsibility that I spoke of earlier, sir. I believe, sir, that if we are able to empower that association, that we will be able to get a lot further. So because we can talk about disabilities, we can say we're doing these things for disabilities, but I know that this has to be a separate space. You put a child with autism, depending on where they are on the spectrum, on a school bus, that child will freak out. The noise from the bus, the noise from the other children, you know. I spoke to one young man who told me, I keep telling this story, sir, of the lights. He asked me, do you have your lights on at night on my car? I said, yes. He said, do you have the lights on bright? He said, I don't like the bright lights. I said, but what happened? He said, when the bright lights, I can't sleep. Said I'd be in my bed and I see the lights. So for him, when you put on your high lights at night, your high beam to be able to see, for him it's torture. Torture. Every night in his bed, sir, trying to get over these lights that they just stay with him. And we have to put ourselves in the shoes of persons, sir, who are dealing with autism. That's just the person. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the family member who can never, ever get a break. All these facilities, sir, I think we have to have separate facilities for persons with autism. We have to have separate facilities for persons with autism. That is why I think this particular center is going to be important. And the Honourable Member for St. Thomas is mentioning to me, we need to have a respite care facility. We've been saying it for a long time. I'm happy to say, sir, that the government is now pursuing, there are 2 buildings that we're looking at very carefully, but we're going to have respite care for a number of things. Persons with disabilities, we're going to have respite care for persons dealing with elderly people. You know, we're going to have, sir, facilities built for persons and, you know, who might be going through transitional issues, sir. But I feel, again, as part of our philosophy, the idea of caring in place has to be important. You have to be able to put in place systems, sir, that allows, if it is that if a mother needs support, you give the mother the support so that she doesn't have to put her child in an institution. And if we can do more of that, then we will still have the need for facilities, but we would have less need for facilities. So caring in place, it has to be part of the philosophy, sir, of the government, sir, as we go forward, sir. But I believe that this is important, sir, so that the government has done tremendous work in every single regard to be able to address some of these challenges, sir. And when I spoke, sir, last night to the president of the council of the association, sir, and I saw what he sent to me in relation to the work that they intend to do, sir. In relation to the fact, sir, I had the privilege of speaking at their AGM a few weeks ago. And at the AGM, sir, it occurred to me, sir, that a lot of the financing, again, they're dependent on their members to contribute. Most of the members, sir, could barely work because they can't leave their children. But yet, the members have to contribute. I don't think it's a lot. I think it was, what, $10 or $20? I can't remember. How much? $5 a month. And, sir, but $5 a month when you're working, again, that's hard food. And they can't work because many of them, sir, cannot leave their children. Even while I was there for the brief time I was there with my permanent secretary, he said to me, I cannot imagine having to deal with this because some of the children, sir, are being their normal selves as a normal child with autism. He said, I can't imagine having to deal with it. That was for an hour. For an hour. Imagine having to deal with it every day. So this society owes a tremendous debt to persons with disabilities. We have to get it right, sir. We have to be able to fix it, sir, to make sure that the basic things that they need in this country are made available to them, sir. The third thing I want to speak of, sir, is the progress. And I would not want to leave this place, sir, and give the impression that the government has not done anything, because it wouldn't be true. The government has actually done a lot in relation to the work that we have done, sir, to make sure that people in this country are able to live, sir. The National Disabilities Unit has done, and in working with the council, sir, tremendous things. In the last few years, we've purchased additional vehicles. I know they've been working on the sign language courses, sir, to be able to do that. We've done the summer camps now, and we've expanded the summer camps. I hope next year we can do more. I really hope that the summer camps all over Barbados become much more integrated. That's the truth. Because I don't know that it is the best case to have 2 camps run by the NDU for persons with disabilities. If we're going to be true to our purpose, sir, I feel that all of the camps need to be so endowed as to be able to cater to persons with disabilities. So if you live in St. John or St. Peter, you don't have to drive to the NDU facility, sir. If you live somewhere in the country, you should be able to go to a place that's offering a camp and know that your child is going to be attended to. Yes, we have to have specialized camps, but all of our camps need to be able to cater to persons with disabilities. I've made this position very clear to the Honourable Member for St. John, that our summer camps have to be much more inclusive. And I know that he agrees. But sir, it's also the case too in our schools. And I will get to that in a minute. But at the end of the day, sir, the government has done a lot. We've allocated 10% of all of our new bills in Barbados to persons with disabilities. And in fact, I know that the newest development that is soon to be housed has actually had that allocation. In fact, it's slightly more of persons with disabilities, sir. If we are able to do these things, sir, then I know we will make the promise that we made to persons, sir, we will make it true. And the truest manifestation of this, sir, is that, as a researcher, when you're doing participatory research, sir, you don't go for the stats, you don't go for the quantitative data. The real test in participatory research, is that you go to the person and you ask, what is your experience? Have you experienced a change? Is life better for you? Because politicians, sir, and bureaucrats can often say they've done this and this and this, but if you don't feel it, PM says you have to see it, you have to feel it, touch it. It has to be real. And when you go to the participants, sir, you have to say, has there been an improvement in your standard of living? Have you been able to do that? And if the answer to that is no, regardless of what you've done, you go back to the table and you deconstruct and you reconstruct. You wheel and you come again. Because it would mean, sir, that at the end of the day, despite your efforts, the persons for whom you're doing these things, sir, it hasn't registered. I feel that we have to do more, sir, when it comes to that. The NDU has done tremendous work. But of all the agencies, sir, in social science, like, for example, in the IMF programs, traditionally, not in ours, but in the IMF program, traditionally, whenever there is a shock, an economic shock, and people have to make cuts, you go through your budget all over the world. The first ministry that is cut, traditionally, is the social ministry. That is just the traditional, that is a truth. That's factual. When people have budgets, sir, when there's a time of war, first budget, social ministries. Because, they don't see them as in many cases, as being important. But it's clear that this government sees the contribution that we're making to persons with disabilities and the wider social sector as important. In fact, sir, when the Prime Minister called me and told me that I would be allocated to this ministry, you know how it goes with the Prime Minister, right? A whole set of marching orders. Like, you need to do this, and you need to do this, and you need to do this. But the thing she said to me is that our first term was about stabilizing the economy. This term must be about getting our social problems right, correcting our social challenges. This term, sir, must belong to the people. And I believe, sir, we've done a lot, sir. But again, if the lives of the people don't feel it, if the Autism Association don't feel it, if persons with disabilities, the Down Syndrome Association, the Multiple Sclerosis Association, all those persons don't feel it, we will and we come again. And so while I have a whole list of benefits here, I won't even go through them because I feel at the end of the day, the real test is when we speak to the person, sir. The real test is going to be, has this government made some difference in your life, sir? So my fourth category, sir, is what I call the pain, sir, or the reality of the situation. The Honourable Member for St. James North, who did, I must tell you, sir, a tremendous job. I could not ask anything more from him. He owes this country, in this regard, nothing. A tremendous job, sir. The Honourable Member for St. James North, sir. The amount of work that was done, and I want to thank him, I want to thank the entire committee, sir. I saw the commitment, sir. And there's something to be said for a man who does something with the right heart. There's something to be said because it's not a job. I couldn't pay him for it. It's not a job. Many of the persons in the association, sir, in the council, sir, it's not a job. Allow me to say, sir, Ms. Roseanne Trudeau, sir, who I see are everything disabled. If there's an issue pertaining to persons with disabilities, you can bet your bottom dollar. She doesn't like to be talked about. But at every function, I couldn't pay them, sir. But there's something to be said about doing things with the right heart, sir. And when I went to these meetings, over the many meetings that we held over the few weeks that we did it, sir, and that the report is now here, sir, and there are many things I'm not saying because when the report comes, and I believe it will be tabled by the Honourable Member for St. James North, I will have the chance to speak then. When we bring the policy, I will speak again then. When we bring the legislation, which is imminent, I will speak again then. But sir, when I attended those meetings, night after night after night, when I read the report, the failure of this country to be able to do right by persons with disabilities, sir, I call it the pain, which is really just the reality of our time, sir. And this has nothing to do with politics. One of the most unfortunate things is that every conversation is a political conversation. Before I was a member of Parliament, sir, I was manager of childcare, director of policy, director of councils. You were manager of childcare, sir. This thing has been around for a long, long time. In fact, in childcare board, as you know, we had, when the home was at Haynesville, we had a facility for persons with disabilities there. Many parents would come and they leave their children. We went to Talmavon home last week. We were told of a person who left the child at the door, never came back. They don't know who the child belonged to. The child had a disability. And it is not that people are heartless. I don't genuinely believe so in my soul. It's that people just don't have the wherewithal, they think, to be able to cope. And persons at the Haynesville home now I think it's now Violet Gittins in Nightingale, sir, where children would often come in with disabilities, some with severe disabilities. But then, when they're supposed to leave the home at about 18, as you know, when they're about 18 and they're to go, there's nowhere to go. So we have in Nightingale and the Violet Gittins Center, we have children, young children with disabilities, but in the same space as adults with disabilities. And that cannot be the healthiest situation. So I know we need to have a spacer, because for children, you can have perhaps a few facilities between 0 and maybe 18. Not a lot, but something. And then for elderly persons, 64 and above, but that big space in between, nothing. It is a gap, sir, and you know, nature abhors a vacuum. And if we don't fill it with something positive, then something will either rise or fall into its place, sir, and it will not be something healthy. And we had that situation at Nightingale, sir. And I know, sir, at the end of the day, sir, when I listen to these stories, the pain is real. Pain is real. And night after night, what were the issues, sir? Transportation. Every night. How difficult it is for persons to be able to access regular transportation like any other deserving member of this country. Difficult. Sometimes they might get, because the government has bought and brought new buses to the country. So you might get a bus that could cater in some regard to persons with disabilities, but you don't get no guarantee that you're getting a bus back. So it's hard to get a bus too, but it's almost impossible to get a bus through. And night after night, and then in relation to getting children to school, sir, almost impossible. Very, very difficult. And I asked the question recently, if it is that you cannot get to school, how can you then expect persons to benefit from school? And transportation, sir, has been a major problem, sir. It is something we have to fix. I look forward, sir. I remember at one of the meetings, a guy from Jamaica, I think, one of the guys who said that how quickly, if they apply for duty-free access within Canada? Guyana. Within a week or two, between their application, they have the vehicle. In Barbados, we can't even begin to process that because we are so busy by doing with the idea that we must do everything right, that we fail to do the right thing. And, you know, what can they be doing in Guyana that allows somebody to access duty-free status that they're allowed to here too in 2 weeks, but for us it's taking 8 months? Something is wrong. And we have this loyalty, sir. I have just had a conversation with some of my public servants in relation to what is happening to our welfare. That we are about to start back to school. Many persons have applied for back to school support, and yet many persons haven't even received a call. Something is wrong with the system. And we have to find a way to fix the system. If it is additional resources, I've told the PS, let's find a temporary solution, bring in additional resources. But on the eve of school, a person should not be wondering if they're going to get support or not. Sir, these things have to be settled. We've become so slaved to the process. This is it. You have to do this. You have to do this. You have to lose sight of the big picture, sir. It can't work. And we've done the same thing, sir, in relation to persons with disabilities. We're so slaved to the process. The other issue, of course, then was education. And this is perhaps one of the biggest burden bearers for the Autism Association, I'm sure. When you look at what is happening in our schools, we've made, sir, some progress. I know the Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister, sir, we're speaking of returning to testing so that you can know. But at night after night, sir, because this part of my thing is the pain. Night after night, parents telling us how their children have gone through school, sir, from pre-primary, primary, some gone to secondary, and nobody recognizing that they have some kind of learning disability, a cognitive challenge of some sort, nobody. And being passed from class 1 to class 2 to class 3 for years. This ain't no just happened. And that is why I think as part of the education reform, I'm happy to see that we're returning to the testing. I'm happy to see that we're going to be doing it, sir. The other bugbear for them, sir, I'm sure, is the Albert Graham Center. I hear it all the time. And I know we're doing some work to be able to fix it, sir, but these things, again, like in my own ministry, things that I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Thomas dealt with, things sometimes just take too long. And it's not that the people are bad people. It's not that the workers are bad workers, but the systems are broken. Deconstruct, reconstruct. We've been doing it, sir, but for me, it is taking too long. Because at the end of the day, sir, I know when somebody is hungry, when a mother is not sure how she is going to feed her child, when a person is dealing with a child with a disability and they do not have the money, sir, it does not matter that we are being loyal to the process. It matters to the people that they're not benefiting from the promise of this country. And the promise of this country must be manifested in the lives of every single Barbadian, sir. That is why we came to office. And sir, the other thing, I won't get into education, I'm sure the Honourable Minister will, but sir, the other thing that we heard a lot on was health. You know, when you take your child to the dentist, you take for granted that your child will cry a little bit, as they do, but eventually they will hold their mouth back. The dentist will do what they gotta do. That's not the reality for many persons who are dealing with children with autism, sir. You gotta sometimes sedate the children. Then to sedate a child is a heck of a lot of money. I just said, sir, they don't have any money anyway because they can't work. You see how interconnected this challenge is. And that is why we can't go about this in silos. It has to be a comprehensive approach, sir, to addressing this challenge. They can't work. Then you have to sedate the child, sir, it's costly. You look at many of our children, sir, who have disabilities, not only autism, they have cavities, sir, they have issues with their mouth. Parents can't afford to go to the dentist. And many of them, sir, because of their own genetic predisposition, are prone to it anyway. But they can't afford it, sir. We have to do better, sir, in our healthcare system. In my ministry, I just said we have 2,000 people who are being supported from the welfare department, sir. We have to do better. Because the social protection that is made available to the country, sir, must be made available to its most vulnerable first. We have a lot of persons, sir, who are transient, passing through poverty, sir. We have a responsibility to make sure that they don't stay there so that those resources could go to the most vulnerable. Persons who might be dealing with an NCD, sir, persons who are dealing with disability. And a lot of our NCDs are actually leading to disabilities. I've said, sir, you know, many of us who are in our 40s, now 50s, sir, many of us, sir, we live a life where we think we're going to live forever. We live like we're going to live forever. We don't plan when we're young. We eat what we want. A lot of slave food. We eat a lot of slave food. You want the most potatoes on your plate. Biggest piece of salt beef. Rice galore. Enough gravy. We party. Now that I try to eat a little healthier, when you look at a Sunday plate is 3 foods though. But we eat that way, sir, thinking we're going to live forever. Then you turn, and not even now, we could not, in these days, sir, it's happening earlier, but at 40 or 50, all of a sudden, you can't control your level of sugar. You never had the discipline to eat properly in the first place. And this is an adaptive challenge because the truth is, doctors would tell you, the most persons who've had heart surgery or whatever, they don't die from the surgery. They die because they can't change the habits that would allow them to be able to extend their life. Same thing with NCDs. Most people, sir, will go to the doctor tells them what they gotta do, give them the medication, But you're a drinker, you still want to drink. You're a smoker, you still want to smoke. You don't sleep when the night comes, you still want it. You know what I mean? So you do all these things, sir, but at the end of the day, what's waiting for us? Barbados has an aged population. Regrettably, a lot of our older population is unhealthy. Many of them will end up with a disability, sir. Either they're going to go blind, sir, and I mean this for all of us in this room too, because we all have to be careful. You're going to go blind, sir, at some point in time if you don't manage your diabetes. You could lose a leg, sir. People have strokes. I mean, there's so much before us. And yet, for the life of me, I don't know why we think that somehow nothing can happen to us. When at the end of the day, sir, it is as clear as day follows night and night follows day, sir. If we stay on this trajectory, the vast majority of Barbadians at some point will come into some kind of contact with ill health and probably a disability. But yet, sir, when they will tell you, I know, sir, I will wrap up soon, sir, but they will tell you, when we were having those conversations, persons laughing. You have a disability, sir, persons laughing at you on the street. Your child has something as slight as a stutter. People laughing. I'm talking about children because children are naturally what they are. I'm talking about adults. I often tell the story, sir, of my friend Aisha, sir, forgive me, sir, this young lady whose hands are a little shorter than ours, and she was reaching in the bus when the bus moved off, and her hands got hooked. She's a constituent of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. Her hands got hooked in the bus thing that you hold on to. The bus dragged off and she couldn't get her hands off. You thought the people on the bus would stop and help. No, they were too busy laughing. Because our country somehow along the way, sir, people just lost it. They're not sensitive about other people's issues. That could have been anybody's child, sir. It could have been yours, it could have been mine. I do not claim to know what it feels like to have a child with autism. I can't. I do not claim to know it, sir. I do not claim to know what it is to have a child with disabilities, sir. I cannot. But I know that I've had enough conversations to suggest to me that what is happening in this country is wrong. I know that I've had enough conversations and I've been in this practice long enough to know that the government, as the main provider of social policy and protection in this country, must do better for persons with disabilities, sir. I could go on and on, sir, about the pain, sir. I will not. But, sir, what is the promise that we made, sir? As I wrap up, we've listed, sir, a whole set of policies, sir, as we go forward, some short-term, some medium-term, some long-term. I'm very happy to say, sir, that we have completed the draft legislation. We're going to send it along with some fine-tweaking to CPC, with some drafting instructions, because they will write the final version of the law. We're going to send that once Cabinet approves it, to be able to put in place for the first time in this country legislation that attends to the rights of persons with disabilities. Barbados has not yet done it, sir. In fact, sir, when we were in New York, and the president of the Council for the Disabled spoke in relation to what it is that we are doing, people saw it as a best practice. And the people couldn't believe that a government would bring together persons with disabilities to help draft the policy. The young man from Africa, sir, who spoke about his experience, after he spoke, he said to me he's not even sure he can go back to Africa. Because he said what is happening in Barbados should be a best practice. We brought together, sir, the community, sir, to write the policy. The community, sir, had a lot of input in the legislation, sir. And as we are doing with all things social, I'm sure we're going to send this to Select Committee for further consultation and further consideration. So, sir, we have listed in our policy, sir, a number of important objectives, sir, that would allow us to be able to deliver on what it is that we've promised. So I will not go through all of them, sir, but I do know the things, all of the issues that were raised by the community: accessibility, social protection including national insurance, in relation to health, employment, and the fact, sir, that we've said here, we hope that we can make it mandatory that you have to employ a person with a disability depending on the size of your organization, sir. A number of things: housing, every area. And I will not go through it because we'll have another time, but we listed, sir, about 16 strategic policy interventions that will make life easier, sir. So that is it, sir, in a nutshell, sir. That is the principle that we've been following, the philosophy that guides this country, sir. I've told you what our plans are, and I've also told you, sir, I explained, sir, what the pain is, and I've talked about our progress. So I believe if we do these things that we set down to do right, the truth is, I think we have to be honest, sir. We have to go into this conversation as a government. We have to say, look, I know that this country has let you down. I know that this country has not lived up to its promise. It is not, you see, I've spent very little time on the things we've done because this is not a time to be boastful about our interventions. This is a time for reflection. This is a time for intervention. We are in the process of deconstructing, and when we reconstruct, sir, we have to do better. But I want to commend, sir, the Autism Association for the work that they would have done, sir. They've done a lot of work. I've noticed, sir, that the membership is also increasing. People like to follow things where they can see things happening. So things are happening, they expect you're going to get even bigger membership. But I hope that with that membership comes your capacity, sir, to be a voice. I have no desire to lead a ministry, sir, that is not able to take criticism, constructive criticism, valuable criticism, critiques, if you will. Because at the end of the day, sir, I believe activism has to become part of the role of the NGO sector in Barbados. Lobby for the things you want. I also have said this before, sir, that I think that there needs to be one, as is the case with the council, or if not the council, some agency, that speaks legitimately for all the associations. Just as I believe the government must devolve its power to these NGOs, sir, I believe NGOs also have now to be willing to devolve some of their power to a larger entity that can speak on their behalf and to be able to move this movement forward. Because at the end of the day, sir, it is a movement. It is a movement. And that this government owes, sir, a debt of gratitude. Again, I want to apologize, sir, because I know that this took too long. I know that this took too long. And I know because it took too long that it's going to give you extra costs. I hope that we're able to help with some of those costs. I know that the administration is also going to be burdensome. I hope that we're in a position to help with the administration, sir. But I look forward to the work that will be done in this center. It is necessary. It is necessary. It is timely, sir, and it is transformative. And I therefore, sir, would wish to support this resolution. I would wish to support the Autism Association. And I pledge, sir, as minister, my fullest support for the Autism Association, but my fullest support for all of the agencies that are dealing in this space, sir, because this country has let them down, and this government must now lift them up. Those few words, sir, thank you.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
The Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I join this debate here today on the vesting of state land at the garrison in one of the 19 umbrella organizations of the Barbados Council for the Disabled, the Autism Association. This has, as the Honourable Minister for People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs just said, taken too long in coming. As the Honourable Member said, in 2020, because we were in Parliament at Worthing at the time, the President, then President of the Autism Association, and still President, sir, and his name has been called Mr. Frederick Frank Johnson. We don't recognize strangers, but it is an honor to have him and some of his members here today, would have circulated to all members of Parliament, elected and Senate, a document calling for this building to do essentially basic life skills for people with autism, and that is a fundamental part, sir, of treating towards people with autism, giving them basic life skills, increasing their social skills, sir, their ability to deal with finances, ability to be able to cook, to look after themselves, sir. All of these are basic skills which people without a disability and even without autism in some cases take for granted, but which are major challenges for people with disability, for people with autism and people who are on the spectrum. Whether you're a child or an adult, because you never recover from autism. You have autism, or you're on the spectrum when you are young, when you are a child, before you go into school, and you have that throughout your life, sir. So we have taken too long as a parliament, as a government, for this day to come. That is the truth. And it was drawn to our attention, sir, and I commend the cabinet for agreeing, or for, in fact, directing that we go back out to the public as we did between mid-July and the end of August, with 3 town hall meetings and more public outreach, sir, on radio as well, and meeting with some stakeholders, sir. And it was at the first town hall meeting that we had, first of 3, that the president of the Autism Association drew to our attention that they hadn't got this building yet, after cabinet had agreed since August last year that this building be vested in them. So the first thing I want to say, sir, because we also have to come out with how we go forward, and it has to be a case, as I said yesterday, sir, where perhaps the senior minister for infrastructure designates someone who deals with, on a daily basis, with seeing issues through as they come from cabinet into reality on the floor of this parliament, and then implemented in terms of buildings and vesting properties within associations and within the private sector. Because as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said, it can't be government. Government can't do everything. We need the private sector, we need the NGOs, we need civil society to help us move this country forward, not only in terms of people with disabilities, but in terms of all categories of people in our country who are socially and economically vulnerable. So this debate gives us an opportunity, of course, to widen it. It's not only the investiture of a building to the Autism Association, and the Autism Association has to be commended. So I, like the Honourable Minister for People Empowerment, attended their annual general meeting 3 or 4 Saturdays ago, sir. And you know, it's a case, obviously, where the parents can't leave the children at home. So the children are there too. And they're being what children with autism are. And that is the reality. You know, one of the problems in Barbados, sir, is that people, Barbadians, who have never experienced a close relative, a child, in my case, a sibling with a disability, can't start to comprehend the life of either a person with disability, because they don't have any, or being a caregiver of a person with disability. And I suppose that is one of the reasons why too many people, even those who claim that they're Christians, sir, treat people the way they do. So this is the first issue, sir, that people in this country have to learn to treat people with disabilities better. We say we are a caring society, we say we are God-fearing, we say that we are Christian. But that can only be demonstrated in terms of words. It has to be placed in our daily living of people, sir. And a society has to be measured, as is often said, by how it treats its most vulnerable, by how it treats the people with disabilities. Mahatma Gandhi said that years ago. And that is absolutely correct. And this government, sir, has, over the last 16 months especially, with the establishment of the National Advisory Committee to improve the lives of persons with disabilities, which I was given the honor to chair, sir, has shown that it is willing to take a firm leading role on this, sir. It means continuous public engagement, and therefore resources have to be put in. Someone needs to come to work, as I've told the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, every day, certainly within his ministry, but in other ministries too, to deal with issues that affect people with disabilities on a daily basis, sir. Because I can tell you, sir, 2 days doesn't pass, but for someone in this country, all over this country, to call me someone with a disability or a parent of a person with a disability, to call me to try to resolve or guide them with some issues, sir. I mean, in many cases, I can guide them as to what to do, where to go, how to approach their challenge, sir. But clearly, I am not in a position, sir, with the resources of a ministry of people's empowerment to assist everyone, sir. Someone needs to be on the ground every day dealing with it. We've had the impetus, sir, over, as I said, the establishment of the committee, the recent public outreach, and it needs to go on in terms of someone coming day to day to deal with these issues. I know that the Ministry of People's Empowerment is working on this, is also working on the Department of Family Services, in which disability issues would be incorporated some way. I believe they might be near finalization of the entity that will be formed, and whether there'll be a continuous standing committee on the issue of disability, sir. But this is too important an issue for us not to deal with and treat. As the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said, last census, and it is generally accepted, in 2010, underestimated the amount of people with disabilities in Barbados, put that figure at 11,500, sir. For some reason, we don't have the results of the most recent population census as yet, which took place last year, sir. But again, those in authority in the statistical departments have already told us that they fear that there will again be an underestimation of the number of people with disabilities in this country, sir. And disability, sir, is widely defined, sir. And also, we have, it's an international definition, but we also include temporary disability, sir. And we know that with COVID, chikungunya before that, there are many more people who fortunately survived it, but regrettably now have some form of disability too. So I won't be surprised, sir, but it is not for me to guess, sir. But just yesterday, sir, and again, sir, I haven't asked for leave, sir, but I mention it. Former President of the Senate, Kerry-Ann Eiffel, GCM, sir, tremendous individual. Honor to have her serve as my deputy chairman with the committee. The two of us estimated that it could perhaps be 20,000 people in Barbados with some form of disability, sir. That's a large percentage, and when you multiply that by 2 because you're including the caregivers, sir, it's a tremendous, significant amount of the percentage of our population that are affected in some way or another by some form of disability. And this is something that a caring government cannot ignore, sir, and which this government has taken by the scruff of its neck and said, we have to change. We have to bring in a national policy to improve the lives of these people with disabilities. And the Honourable Minister who just spoke, sir, spoke about the different arms of that, sir. touching every aspect of life, because the issue, sir, is not, government is not in a silo, sir. Disabilities pertains to each and every ministry which forms the Cabinet of Barbados. And that has been finalized, final draft, sir, because coming out of the recent town hall meetings and public outreach and engagement, sir, we made a few adjustments to that document, sir. This is it, sir, 172 pages, sir, that we will go back to Cabinet again shortly. We moved some goals from medium term to short term, and some medium term to short to medium term, sir, because we can't wait, so the time is now to do it, to do a lot of these issues, and this is what the public is calling for during those town hall meetings. Autism was one of the major challenges coming out, sir, on each of the 3 nights, how we deal with and make life better for not only people with autism, but their caregivers as well, because as has been said, in a lot of cases, the caregivers can't work, because dealing with a child with autism is almost a full-time job. We've heard, sir, you have adults who have autism but are like children. Sir, that is the reality depending on the severity of their spectrum, and is a case where every person with autism is different. So it isn't that you could have a standard type, a blueprint for dealing with autism, sir, or autistic people. And one of the greatest fears, sir, and on the committee, sir, and it's public knowledge, sir, there were 2 members who are parents of children with autism, sir. Mr. Larry Smith, now senior counsel, sir, and Ms. Joanne Higgs, and one of their greatest fears, as is the fear of all parents of children with disabilities, is that when they die, if they die before their children, what is going to happen with their children? Who is going to look after them? In some cases, sir, the traditional way of dealing with that reality when it comes about, sir, has been to put the child in the psychiatric hospital, sir. That is absolutely unacceptable and has to be changed. And therefore, we heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South just speaking about the establishment, the imminent establishment of facilities in this country. Probably have to start with only 2 that will treat to this issue, where people with children with disabilities or people with disabilities can be supervised, can be sheltered in terms of housing for autistic adults who no longer have the person who cared for them throughout their life around, sir. And we have to establish respite care facilities, and this is something that the Honourable Prime Minister speaks about. Respite care facilities for the parents and caregivers of children and people with disabilities, because they need a break, sir. As I said, I grew up with a sibling, whole of Barbados knows that, sir, who is deaf. And that is deafness, sir. That is an autism, which is a greater challenge. And caregivers need a break. They're only human. They're not machines, sir. Even machines, no. Far less the human being's body, physical and your mental and emotional stability, sir. So we look forward to the respite care facilities as well for parents and caregivers of people with disabilities as well, sir. But, sir, praise can be no little for those who deal with this issue and who have made it a commitment in their life to advance the cause not only of people with autism, but people with disabilities on the whole, sir. And some members are here, sir. They've been recognized. You recognize them. Your Honor, at the start of the sit-in, sir, you know, every year, sir, every year at this time, I seek to identify a person who has served the cause of people with disabilities or who has a disability, and say to those in authority, sir, because I don't, you know, everything can't be politics, sir. So I don't like to send in the nomination myself, sir. But believe you me, I have a big say in terms of drafting, etc., in the nominations, sir, of someone who has served the cause of disabilities or someone who has a disability. Nominate them for a national award, sir. We have identified that person for this year, sir. Last year, it was Granville Carter, sir, who was successful. We were successful in his nomination for a national award, sir. Blind person, served on the committee, National Advisory Committee, sir. 6-time champion of persons at the Persons with Disabilities Blind Singers Concert, successive years, sir. And his song this year, Accessibility, won the award from the NCF for the most socially appealing song, sir. And that is what it takes, a recognition now by government departments, by ministries on the achievements of persons with disabilities, sir. Because they have the right, just like anybody else, to be recognized when they achieve excellence. But, so we have come a far way, sir, in the last 16 months. We have come a far way. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South spoke of some of the achievements, sir, of his ministry and other ministries too, sir. Transportation. We have now electric buses, 59 electric buses. All of them are accommodating to wheelchair users. So we now have parking places in Bridgetown. Believe it's only 5 by the start, sir. You have to start somewhere. The Chinese said the longest road, longest journey starts with the first mile, sir. And this is something that people with disabilities were petitioning to governments since 2014, sir, for parking spots in Bridgetown for vehicles carrying people with disabilities, sir. Well, I signed the petition, sir, and I was there, in fact, when it was presented at Government House for those parking spots. But it took 8 years for it to come through. Too long, sir. We now have summer camps for people with disabilities, sir. I visited the one at the National Disabilities Unit last month, sir. And I was glad to see 2 of my constituents there volunteering in it. This needs to be done because it has to be a whole of government approach. We now have some traffic lights at Kalamorot near the National Disabilities Unit, which are blind sensitive, sir, in terms of their signals. You heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South speak towards the substantial increase in subventions given to some of the associations and the 60% increase in welfare over the last 5 years to persons with disabilities, sir. But we can't stand on that, sir, because the Autism Society, the Autism Association, contends that even though we have sent up the subvention to that association by 500%, sir, within the last 5 years, from $10,000 annually to $50,000, they calculate that they really need about $120,000 from government to be able to sustain itself. They've done well to be able to access funds from philanthropic Barbados as well, including the foreign trust companies like Sandy Lane Trust and Maria Holder Trust, sir, which, quite honestly, as we've said many times before in this Parliament, helped pull us through COVID. But government needs to also increase the subvention in real terms, sir. We have, sir, various ministries. Education is of primary importance, basic, sir. And we certainly support the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, sir, in her quest for educational reform. But I wish, and I'm imploring and pleading, sir, with the authorities to pull special needs out of that education reform, because special needs reform education can't wait, sir, to all the town hall meetings that are planned, sir, and to come after that, and then cabinet to decide what we doing education reform, sir. Special needs education needs reforming now, sir. Because we've heard too many times that you have, for example, specialists in special needs education who are not working, who are not teaching special needs children, sir. Well, that is a waste of resources, sir. And I know, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister and Honourable Minister of Education have agreed that we have to go back to carrying out diagnostic testing of children at age 3 and 4, sir, as was done when the Honourable Prime Minister was Minister of Education 25 years ago, sir. So quite honestly, I don't know how that fell through the tracks. And the Honourable Minister and Honourable Prime Minister and Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, immediate past Minister of Education, no, I'm astonished, I've told them that, as to how we were testing children in schools, every child, for diagnostic testing, autism and the hearing ability and the sight ability 25 years ago, and it fell through the cracks and somehow it stopped getting done because of funding, sir, because of money, sir. Well, that is the time, sir. If we lose these children, then what's going to happen when they get older, when you find out that they can't read properly or they can't write, sir, and then you have to spend more money on them than if you realized it at age 2 or 3 or 4, sir. And the United Nations agencies, when the National Advisory Committee met with them, said on principle, we will agree to help fund this. This is too important an issue to go by the wayside, to give either technical or financial resources to make this possible. Sir, the Ann Hill School, which was mentioned earlier by the Honourable Member who led the debate, Honourable Senior Minister, sir, together with the Irving Wilson School, and they're in the same compound in the Pines, sir. I went to school side of it was then the Irving Wilson School, because my sister was going to the Irving Wilson School, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South also went to school side of those institutions, sir. They still only have primary school status. So children at those schools are age 17, sir, but they're not recognized as secondary schools. But that has to change, sir. That was another major issue coming out of the recent town hall meetings. Categorization and designation of schools treating to children with disabilities that are still primary schools. Well, the Irving Wilson School, sir, was established in 1967, sir. High time that it move up in category and that the resources be given for those children to achieve their full potential, sir. And this can be done. Well, just 2 Fridays ago, the Honourable Minister of People Empowerment would have presented prizes to children with disabilities who did very well in the 11+ exams, sir. The Honourable Member in the other place, Senator Andreli Boyce, gave the feature address, sir. One of the children going to Harrison College, sir. I know Commamere, sir. As we know, sir, your alma mater has been the poster school for blind children and who have done well, sir. Kerry-Ann Ifill, Janelle Odell, first blind lawyer in Barbados, also a member of the National Advisory Committee, sir. So we now seeing about Harrison College, sir, and up to yesterday, I had a report that Harrison College doing its best to try to facilitate the young students. They've reached out to the Council for Disabled and have had meetings with them on what will be the best practice now to accommodate him in Harrison College, sir. And this is important because the whole issue is that we have to, as a society, strive to bring out the full potential of each and every citizen, including those with disabilities, and to get them to be able to independently live as is possible. We also, sir, have the issue of, as the Honourable Minister said, the Albert Cecil Graham Centre, sir, and this is a problem. Repetitively we're hearing that, look, the Albert Cecil Graham Centre only has one specialist to treat towards the speech therapy requirements of people with autism, the occupational therapy requirements, and therefore the waiting list to see this one person is long. When that one person goes on holiday, as is their entitlement like everybody else, nothing happens. This has to be changed. More resources have to be given to the Cecil Graham Centre. It is important, sir, because these parents, as I said, a lot of them not working, and those who working in terms of underemployment because they can't work full time because they have to look after the children, so they can't afford to go to the private specialists. And therefore, the waiting period, we heard in some cases, over a year, sir. So resources have to be given, and really want to make a call on the floor of this Parliament, sir, that national development scholarships have to be given, sir, to people to do occupational therapy, speech therapy, that in 3-4 years' time they could come back, being bonded to the government of Barbados and work in these areas. It is paramount and important that this be so. I know some service organizations help in these causes. My Lions Club, long time ago, had started a fund, a scholarship at BCC for students who were pursuing occupational therapy or speech therapy or physiotherapy, sir, so that they could help people with disabilities. So this has to be done, but government needs to take the lead on these issues. Sports for autistic persons, sir, is key and important because, as we all know, exercise would limit your ability to get non-communicable diseases and make you healthier. We heard earlier about the food that is so important for autistic persons. Their diet, sir, is key. And we heard at the annual general meeting of the Autism Association, of which the Honourable Member for St. Michael South mentioned, about the importance of diet to people with autism. And sports therapy is also key, sir. And again, it was commendable that the Ministry of Youth and Sports at its awards ceremony in January this year gave a youth award to the individual in Barbados who has been at the forefront of sports therapy for children, for people with autism, sir. Mr. Akeem Rudder, sir. Outstanding individual. He's now come on to the Autism Association as a director, sir. And this is the reality of the situation. There can be no political divide on this, sir. There can be no political divide on it. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South mentioned about, referred to the same thing, sir. So So I, for one, sir, in my capacity as chair of the National Advisory Committee, sir, and lead on the recent public outreach, was in no way going to let this issue be subject to political divide and opportunism, sir, as I see the Child Protection Bill has been, sir, astonishingly, because the Barbados Labour Party, sir, signed the Convention on the Rights of Persons, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in May 2007. The Democratic Labour Party administration ratified that convention on the 27th of February 2013, 6 days after the general election. So both political parties agree on principle that something has to be done, sir, to bring this convention into effect, sir, and it will be brought into effect when the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, which you would have heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South refer to, is at the stage of drafted instructions being finalized and is in final form, final draft, when the convention is attached as a schedule to that bill, sir. So, and we reached out on 2 occasions to the Democratic Labour Party, sir, as the main opposition party in this country, sir. Don't mind, they don't have any seats in this parliament on 2 occasions now, sir. They're the main opposition party, sir. And therefore, it was my duty as chairman to reach out to them, as we did twice, sir. The second time was the Thursday before crop over weekend, sir. 3rd of August. Senator in the other place, Senator Andre Boyce, and I went and met with the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party, sir, in their headquarters, having sent them, of course, the latest draft, giving them the opportunity, sir, and going through, briefing them on certain sectors, sir. And at the end of the day, the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party said, well, we can't have any problems with this, sir. We agree with this. We agree this has to come in. The president, sir, said that he wanted to make sure that emphasis was also placed on mental health, sir. And this has come up recently, sir. We know this issue has come up in terms of the mental health of a lot of our people post-COVID, etc., sir. And I subsequently responded to his concern, pointing out to him the many pages of the national policy document which prioritizes mental health, sir. And in fact, one of the adjustments we made in one of the recent amendments coming out of that, the most recent public outreach, was to move certain aspects which relate to mental health, again, from medium-term targets to short to medium-term targets. And short-term target is within the first 2 years of the institution of the policy. Medium-term is between year 3 and 5, sir. Then long-term between 5 to 7, because it's a 2023, 30. All the aspects of all provisions of the national policy can be implemented in the first year or 2, but that is the reality, sir, of daily living in this Barbados, sir. The resources aren't there, so we've spread it over 7 years, sir. So there's no political divide on this issue, sir. There's consensus all around in terms of the government, the major opposition party with the government on this, sir. Therefore, there's nothing to stop us moving forward. And because disability doesn't say today, sir, well, I can give a them this disability tonight, you know. I can spare the BLP person here. They don't work so, sir. So and in case people feel, sir, that I have fell down on the tennis court last week, sir. Luckily for me, I just got abrasions, so hence this covering, sir. But it could have been much worse. Why, I could now have a disability, sir, break my neck, skull, lick off, sir. In a split second, I on the ground playing tennis, first time ever happened in my over 50 years of playing, sir. Why don't know? So in a split second, anybody in this country Anybody in the world could get a disability, sir. And therefore it is important for us to treat to this cause, sir. And the Honourable Minister for People's Empowerment also spoke about the difficulty in people with disabilities getting duty-free waiver for equipment that they bring in, for vehicles that they bring in, to assist them and facilitate their daily living. So the Ministry of Finance has to improve the way it does this business, sir. Too often I have to be emailing the authorities in that ministry, but look, XY has told me now that they had a vehicle in the port, or materials in the port for the last 6 months, can't get it out. And the Council for Disabled know this very well. So when I was in opposition MP, I had to be doing that regular, so I had to raise it on the floor of Parliament here. And after I raised it, within 2 weeks, the waiver was granted. So it shouldn't have to take me or any individual person or any member of Parliament having to intervene. So it should be more as of right once a set criteria is fulfilled. The person is registered, for example, as a person with disabilities at the National Disabilities Unit or with the Council for Disabled. Say, we only frustrating people, sir, when this happens. When in Guyana, sir, within two weeks, the individual has the duty-free waiver and get out the car or the equipment and make life easier for themselves. So, sir, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir, we're going to have further opportunities in the near future to speak more on issues relating to persons with disabilities in a wider way as well when National Advisory Committee's report, which I am told would come before this Parliament, sir, and then, of course, the national policy to come before this Parliament for obviously verification, sir, and authentication so it could become national policy in Barbados for persons with disabilities. So I would have a lot more to say when that happens. But I commend this government for this resolution today, which will go a long way in assisting people in the autism community and their parents, sir. Is a small organization, but it is extremely committed. You would think there are a lot more members. I believe that there are about 90 in all. I know the Honourable Senior Minister said 60, but my understanding is that there are about 90, sir. The Council for Disabled comes in for high praise, sir. And I know, for instance, they are currently embarking on a teachers training program for autistic children at 2 schools in this coming school year. And this is totally funded by charitable organizations. As I said, sir, praise is in no small measure for the charitable organizations that assist in this regard. And in fact, it is the charitable organizations where there is screening in schools for diagnostic testing. It is them that support and fund that diagnostic testing. But certainly, sir, as I said, this is a whole of government approach, sir, and we look forward to certainly more dialogue between the Ministry of People Empowerment and the Ministry of Education. On the one hand, the Ministry of People Empowerment, the Ministry of Health and Wellness. On another hand, sir, to try to correct some of what are the deficiencies in terms of how we treat the people with disabilities in those ministries, sir. As I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. We've come a far way. This government has done a lot, sir, more than any other administration in this country within the last 16 months alone for people with disabilities than ever before, sir. That is the truth. I felt embarrassed as an opposition MP in this Parliament between 2013 and 2018 when the last administration couldn't even bring to the floor of this Parliament the resolution that I laid, private members' resolution in March 2015, to debate the need for disabilities legislation, to bring disabilities legislation, to have a time frame of 6 months, at least where you start to talk and to dialogue and communicate seriously with the stakeholders on the issue. And that administration waited till March 2018, sir. Parliament dissolved, and in fact, March 2018, sir, was past the 5-year term, sir, and to seek to lay in Parliament a disabilities legislation that they had just got clearance, cabinet approval to bring, sir, when you had a whole 10 years, sir, after having ratified, rightly so, sir, the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities in February 2013, sir. So I felt embarrassed, sir, quite honestly, that there wasn't commitment of the last administration to push that forward, sir. And, sir, this isn't about Edmund Hinkson, sir, or the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, sir. There's no, I don't need any praise for this, sir, because I regard this as my duty, sir. And when I got in this Parliament, sir, in 2013, I called the then Minister of Social Care, the then Member of Parliament for St. Michael Central, sir, who you replaced, sir, and said, Minister, I want to join with you to bring disabilities legislation in this Parliament. I want to come and talk with you, sir. And the then minister said, yes, that's fine with me. Yes, I accept your invitation. If it was one of your other colleagues, I would have told them, no, that he told me, sir. I went there, spent an hour, sir, at his ministry, gave him my commitment. I want to work with you in this. Before him, sir, I wrote the late Prime Minister, the then member for St. John, and told him, Prime Minister, I want to work with you. There was a different minister then. Then it was the Honourable, the then member for St. Michael Northwest. I sent a whole set of writings I had, and the late Prime Minister said, yeah, I thank you. I'm going to send this on to the minister. But then obviously we know ministries change. The late Prime Minister died. But you had the then member for St. Michael Central. For years as Minister of Social Care, not much was done.
The Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. And this is not political. So I really appreciated the now constructed Democratic Labour Party. Don't know that it's much different in any other way. So agreeing in principle that they agree with what we're doing here today, sir. We also have a meeting with the insurance industry next week, sir, and we look forward to that because insurance is another bugbear for people with disabilities, sir. And the Financial Services Commission has read, because they're the commission that supervises insurance in this country, that they're coming as well, and they're taking it seriously, sir, because they're bringing a 4-person contingent to the meeting, sir. So progress is being made. We look forward to continued progress, sir. And we look forward to the day, sir, when we can stand in this Parliament and debate the national policy, and subsequent to that, the draft Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, sir. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like, please, to add my 5 cents worth and to indicate how happy I am for the continuation of the granting of services, facilities, funding, whatever other aspects are being extended to those persons who are disabled, and indeed for the individuals, institutions, and so on that are intimately involved in helping us in this exercise, because the slogan that I learned many years ago, each one matters, quality education for all, and I add on, care and services for everybody in Barbados, despite their age, their status, or whatever the situation is. And so I'm extremely happy today, sir, to be intimately involved in this exercise. And I would like, of course, to put on the table some of the things that would have been done previously so that Barbadians and others can be reminded of the efforts that started way back, particularly under the Barbados Labour Party, and the continuation now that we are here as a government because we care for the persons and the people in Barbados and even those visitors who are among us because we're into the tourism sector and it's thriving again. And when persons with disabilities are here on this island, we need to ensure that they are well looked after. And so with your permission, sir, I would like to refer to what would have been and what is the throne speech of September 2020, and just a simple paragraph about making hard decisions. And it speaks, sir, of that Barbados has always been in the vanguard of pioneering social justice, the protection of civil rights, and the battle to ensure dignity to the poor, marginalized, vulnerable, and dispossessed. Our generation must do no less for compassion, decency, empathy, kindness, fairness, and justice are what characterizes us as a people. End of the reference I have made, sir. I want to indicate clearly that we have started on this journey for many years now, many decades, and to bring back to the understanding of Barbadians that it's not only now that this government is making strides to be able to ensure that we continue to look after people and to empower them despite their color, age, status, whatever the situation, because at the end of the day, people matter. And we are human beings who have to have the compassion in our hearts, to have the ability to devise the strategies and all aspects that will help with the empowerment of our people. I also want, with your permission, sir, to refer to the Covenant of Hope that would have been prepared 2016 and a little later. And the other simple paragraph I want to refer to is that the primary goals of the Barbados Labour Party continue to be alleviation of poverty, the empowerment of our young people, elderly, and people with disabilities, the protection of our children and other vulnerable citizens, and the strengthening of our families and communities. And we all know, sir, that there are many families in this country who are plagued with numerous challenges, especially when it comes to poverty and opportunities for them to excel. And I want to say some of the achievements, sir, of this government. As I said, we have only not become interested in the development and the upliftment of people, because that has always been the mantra of the Barbados Labour Party. And the theme that has been with us for many decades is a better life for our people. And I believe that we are here properly voted for and assigned here by the people of Barbados. It is our incumbent duty to make sure that the benefits of whatever is being extended should trickle down, not only through the middle class, but the working class in particular, because they're the ones with the most vulnerable. And so we continue as a government to make sure that their needs are met, and wherever the opportunity is to improve their lives, this government is committed. And that is the reason why I'm here, sir. So I want to talk about some of the achievements, because the Disabilities Unit was located 21 steps up at a private institution. And there was all kinds of agitations and all kinds of comments people made, and I agreed. It should never have been there. But I believe with the constraints of time and the capacity to find somewhere more central where persons could come, that continued. But for many years it was there. I am happy to say now, sir, that we have been able to relocate this government, the Disabilities Unit, at the location at Maxwellton, where persons can now go there, recreate. They now have, thanks to the Honourable Minister of the Environment, who has made sure that we've got equipment there, that the ambience of the place is different, and nobody will stigmatize to say, you see that building there? That is where disabled people go. The stigmatization has to stop. We have had so much free education. I didn't get any, but I welcome other people getting it, because that is how it was in my time many decades ago, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we have changed it now. But stigmatization in this society is destroying the fabric of our seniors, our poor people, our nation builders, our trailblazers, because the stigmatization, so she went there and he went yonder, them in the body should not be there, and they go in the parlance and they say all kinds of negative things. This government will not, and as long as I am a part of it, and that won't be too long now because I too am in that category, sir, I want for us to continue to be in the vanguard of reaching out, touching people, planning for them strategically so that they too can be empowered despite their color, their class, their creed, their situation, as we are, and we are aware in this country. So that this relocation would have been there. There's a dial-a-ride project. There is a bus that is the disabilities unit now has, where not only do those persons, or particularly children, but persons with disabilities, persons who've lost a leg and so they want to get to the hospital, to the doctor, that transportation can be rented to be able to ensure that those persons get the opportunity to achieve their goals. Programs for clients in assistance with language, the sign language project that takes place for those persons who have lost their vision because of one reason or another, and none other than the former president of the Senate, Her Honor, at that time, and still is very honorable person. She is the person managing that institution, that section of it, to be able to ensure that people still get the opportunity to be able to manipulate the technology and everything else, and to be integral parts of our society, Mr. Speaker, sir. Waivers for students to private schools, especially students who are disabled that I'm referring to, like the Challenger School and the Learning Center and so on. And I believe that if we have come to this stage, sir, where the university students have their services being paid for, this government has got to have the commitment to pay for all of those students who are disabled, because the majority of them are the ones from poor people in communities who know no better. They cannot go to work. I don't know, I can't call it a privilege, but it was an experience, and it was a very strong learning one for me, where I was in the teaching service for 25 years, and there was a family who had 4 children that were disabled. The first boy seemed quite okay, but the other children were disabled. And we learned in the school, without anybody telling us how to do or what to do with them, we learned how to treat to them and give them the dignity that they require. Sadly, 3 of them have passed away. But that mother could go nowhere. She had to stay at home with those children in the times when they could not come to school. And the only thing I do not like, if the children are in the regular schools in Barbados, sometimes that child that is autistic or disabled in some way is given a book to take from teacher to put in the time the teacher came, because the teachers did not have the training at that time. But now, methods have been put in place. Erdeston College assisted, and we have got a different approach to doing it. Not all may be able to tolerate, because if you're not trained in an area, Mr. Speaker, sir, you don't know how to treat to it, or if you don't have the empathy and the sympathy in your heart to be able to tolerate those persons with challenges or disabilities, it is really very, very difficult. But I take my hat off to those parents and guardians, especially grandparents, aunties and uncles, who assist mothers and fathers with helping to rear their children. There are middle-class people who also have got students or children with disabilities, but they're in a better position to use the expenditure or to supply the funding for them to go to private institutions. But ordinary poor people from the villages, like where I have come from, they do not have those necessary resources. And therefore, this government is committed to making sure that the fairness is across the board and that those children receive, or those individuals receive, the kind of necessary care that they require. Mr. Speaker, sir, ramps were built in. As of course, we know of what happened at Commonwealth School at that time, in our time, during the 1994 to 2001 period, and the opportunity for many of them to write the common entrance, and to be able to, and the Honourable Member for St. James North made mention of that, so there's no need for me to repeat exactly what was expressed. The welfare grants and the assistance that's being offered to parents, the wheelchairs, there's an association. The Prison Fellowship helps very well. If they bring in the wheelchairs, we are able to access them. There's a Wheelchair Foundation that is assisting to help those poor people to offer a quality life for their children and for communities to come together and make that difference. I lament, sir, when the last administration came in 2008, a novel project, when we were looking at the reform in education during the period that we were the government of 1994 to 2001, the project, sir, that was devised for teachers to receive training at the Mount St. Vincent University in special needs. 40 teachers at that time were trained, and sad to say, when the government changed, those 40 teachers were sent to become principals, or to be transferred to a regular class or another school somewhere, and it impacted heavily on the plan that had started, because those teachers were able to reach the children in our schools who suffered from the autism and the Down syndrome and the other illnesses and ailments that they suffered. They were excellent, Mr. Speaker, because I knew some of them who were in the system with me, and then they were just transferred or promoted. That's why I like the idea of having specialist teachers and giving a little more salary to them, master teachers, if that's what the term is, so that they remain in those environs, offering the quality services, not only for the normal child, and normal I meaning children who will learn and pick up quickly and move around and laugh and so, but those children who suffer from autism and other disabilities that impact them and their learning. I want, Mr. Speaker, for it to happen again. We want that level of training to be extended to our teachers, because there are a lot of cracks in the system for many teachers who have never had the opportunity, and Erdiston Teachers College needs to continue to work with the Ministry of Education and other agencies to offer those services, because we need it now more than ever, because each child still matters in this whole exercise if they are to excel in this system. I also know, sir, and I'm proud to know, there's a project at Mangrove in St. Philip for self-employment, for persons to grow vegetables and fruit, and they had a market before, and people were able to go down and do the purchasing and stuff. And I want to ask, through you, sir, for all the other ministries to continue to assist, the Ministry of Agriculture, the ministry with the Small Business Association, and so on, with the entrepreneurship scheme, come on board and continue to work with them, because disability is not inability. And there are persons who want to be able to be engaged, and families and communities are to come on board as well. This society could not have reached this level, Mr. Speaker, sir, without families and friends and faith-based institutions and so helping with the upliftment and the empowerment of our people. And we have lost a lot of that, because we've moved into the heights and the terraces and in other corners, and we've built our houses and nobody is to come, and this dribbly child, all kinds of silly things I hear people saying. What if the shoe was on their foot? How would they manage it? Perhaps they will have the funding, but dealing with children with disabilities more often than not, Mr. Speaker, drains your body. It drains those parents, and that's why I'm happy that the Honourable Minister, sir, for People Empowerment and Elder Affairs was able to make mention of the respite care that some of those families really need if they are to continue to survive, because I can see those parents, especially the mothers, getting strokes as a result with nobody to help. And more often than not, Mr. Speaker, sad to say, most of those persons I know who are in the working class environment in particular, I wouldn't be as familiar with those in the middle class and so, but most of those parents It's only a mother, because men seem to think that the mother had done something wrong during the pregnancy, and therefore the child has been born with some form of disability, and they never give them a red cent. And the mothers try to put them through the court, and the indignity, they have to stop midway. And the rest of the society scorn them because they feel that it's some evil that they committed that caused them to have a disabled child. I know a lot of middle class and upper middle class people, sir, who have children, but they have the almighty dollar, and they can help to send them to private schools, and so ours have to be languishing because sometimes there's no space. The Albert Graham Center, I believe it got upgraded by now. Those children had to go there, they had to have appointments. Their parents are still paying bus fare to be able to take the children to and fro. I am one, and I've done a resolution on that. I am one who believes that children who are disabled, when they are on holiday, should be able to go to the doctor's assignments and the therapists and whoever for free. We're doing it for the senior citizens. We need to do more for them. That will ease the pocket of those parents who have to stay at home and just rely on a welfare grant or a neighbor or a family member offering them something to be able to care for their children and for them to enjoy the quality life that we know that they all deserve. So I'm all for that, Mr. Speaker, sir. The testing for impairment was another project that was started, and the Honourable Prime Minister now would have been the Minister of Education when I was there with her. And Dr. Stabler, if you will allow me to call his name, he had done the training, and there were teachers, nurses, family members who were given the training to test those who had challenges with speech, vision, hearing, and so on. That too came to an end under that last administration. That would have been what we here up until 2018. We need to get that continuing. The other thing about it, sir, is the building of schools, new schools. The All Saints School, when that was constructed, the principal and the staff agreed to the ministry's instructions and guidance to have a mainstreaming component. We know that all children don't learn as good as the others, because they hardly learn really as a child. I had sisters and brothers who went to the biggest schools and the well-known schools that you know, sir, and people promote them all the time, that they forget the modern high school and the federal and Green Lynch and those. I had to go to one of those because my name never came back for common entrance, but I still was not a fool. But what about those families whose personalities by their parents and so were not like my mother's own, where those children had to stay at home and go into plantations? So there's nothing wrong with that, because most of us would have done that. And I'm saying we need to make sure that the training for the testing is done at an early age so that those children can be detected as early as possible, and the necessary preparation, the care, the services, the schools, whatever institutions can assist them. Our parents who are destitute, Mr. Speaker, sir, cannot pay a therapist. They can't even pay it with the hair on the head because some of the hair falling off, having to deal with the same children because there's limited support systems. And so we have to devise other ways or means of helping them, especially in those periods of times which are so hard now because of the cost of living and how we live as a people, where you could shout for the neighbor and say, I just did cuckoo, send the child for some. And that neighbor says, I did fish cakes, I am going to bring over to you now. They didn't have any phone to do it. They shouted or they sent a child with it. We've lost a lot of the village life that strengthened us as a people and have brought us where we are. And we are now selfish, and we rather cook enough food with the different meats, the ham, the pork, the chicken, the fish on a Sunday, and the few people come to our houses and we eat, and then whatever is left over, we throw it in the garbage to our dogs and their children next door with nothing to eat, not even a tin of sardines, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'm saying, unless we have a new look at what's happening in our society and how we approach engaging everybody and making them feel, yes, you are important to us, we are not going to achieve our goals. And we must start with the parents, the teachers, caregivers, and others, and bring them on stream so that they know you don't have to be afraid of this. When you are empowered through the training and the guidance and so on, you can then reach into your community and volunteer as the distinguished persons on my list, sir, have been giving of their time, of their resources, of their energies to make sure that those institutions that they're heading up are properly established and trickling down to the needs of those who mostly need it. We need counselors specialized in dealing with families. There are families that are in the project that the honourable member for St. Michael's South is responsible for, where there were 250 families, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, that program came to a close, and thankfully, this government has gone now to make sure that the funding is available for the 1,000 family. Because in those families, Mr. Speaker, and it's more so a rural kind of lifestyle than it is an urban type of lifestyle, is rural, where a daughter would live in the house with her mother and a brother or two and a family. And then she now gets a partner, and they add on a little shanty at the back of the mother's house, and they run an electrical cord, and they get the services there. And I'm not saying that that is anything I'm crying down, but I'm saying those families are most vulnerable, because sometimes it's only a one room. It's the mother, her partner, the 3 or so children, a teenage daughter who doesn't know anything about the partner except he's the mother's partner. And then we know all kinds of challenges will arise. I am happy that we are able this time to look at 1,000 families who are most vulnerable, because those are the families that will have children with the autism, the Down syndrome, and so on, the other disabilities that will not have the wherewithal to treat to it, to be able to make sure that that child gets the kind of education, exposure, and comfort that is necessary for it to go forward. So I am happy for that. I also want, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the financial grants to be made available more promptly. I know that we are looking at the amalgamation of the social services, and there are different entities that have to treat the families. And I believe that once the amalgamation process comes in, we'll be able to touch many of those persons who are not now getting the necessary care and support that is relevant to their own development. The Alma Parish School, I know it was for late developers. I cannot say fully that it was for disabled children. I know it was for late developers, and over the 15 or so years that it was in existence, it made a tremendous difference in what has taken place in this society. Otherwise, we will have more people on the road, the violence and all that, because some of those children were discarded. Persons did not want them in the school because they didn't pass the common entrance, probably get 5 or 6%, had reading challenges, did not know how to socialize. They were looked down on as though they're the outcasts. But that made a difference. And when I saw some of those students who were able to graduate, they are now managing their own hair salons. Some of them are doing car washes where they have the structures set up because the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme provided training for them after they left school. And then there was a school to work program. So 1 day a week, they will go to a business. If they say, I want to be a baker, I want to be a barber, I want to be a barman, and so on, they were given that 1 day a week. And thankfully, those persons who manage the institutions gave a stipend at the end of the month that those children could take home and could help them, because as I said before, most of them were or are impoverished. I cannot wait, Mr. Speaker, for that school to be completed. It is extremely important in this society, and the training of teachers. So those teachers who are going to be sent there, Mr. Speaker, must be specially trained in order for them to meet the needs of the children or their clients who will be in front of them, and of course, to embrace the parents in a real special way. The Edna Nichols Center was another institution, sir, that had to cater to the children who, when they ran afoul of the law, when they did strange things, when they had challenges with teachers and so on, were playing truant, they too were able to get the care. Yes, the New Horizons School is there, and I'm happy for it because I had an opportunity to visit there about 2 months ago. And those children too have their challenges, but their management impressed me tremendously. And I want for us to continue to work directly, not only with our high flyers, they are important too, But we want to be able to reach into society and find those who are marginalized, those who are in any way impacted upon with their education or their disabilities and are not getting the necessary services that should be meted out to them in a special way. There are professionals in this country, sir, who can do more. At least I would like to request through your permission, sir, to say we have physical therapists and others who can donate 3 hours on a weekend to help us with our children. We have other specialists in other areas. And if we continue to be the society that will reach out and touch and nurture, we can make a tremendous difference, because I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, sir, not all of the persons who are now professionals would have been rich or filthy rich, as some people say. They came through the hornpipe, Mr. Speaker, sir, like me, because they can't say like you too, sir, because they don't know your history and your upbringing. But I believe you were an ordinary citizen. Look where you are today, sir. An attorney at law. You're managing this chamber, this honorable chamber, sir. Senior counsel now. Beg your pardon. Congratulations, sir. Senior counsel. It means that injury you getting hurt in here. Senior counsel, and you are here. You too, sir, will continue as a member of parliament, and I trust that you will get the energy and the life extended to be able to reach into the society and to nurture those young people, those disabled persons, those parents and others who are meeting it harder than any of us ever have in this country. It is really extremely important. I want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to let you know that I am not a TV person, but I sat last night watching something that my grandson had on, and it was the Ninja Warriors. And I smiled and I screamed, and Granny was wrong. I said, well, only just now I was in the Zoom and we were talking about autistic children. Here is a young child, a young boy, I don't know if he's about 14 or 15, who was able to master the skills to go from one to the next. Well, you know, sir, you know they drop in the water and so poor me if I had to go up there, I would drown. But this young man was extremely energetic and he so wanted to win. And when he was able to succeed and press the button, all of his family, it looked to me as though there were 25 members of his family there. So I can tell that their guidance, their support, the psychological input for them to say, if suppose his name were Matthew, go Matthew, you can make it. They need that kind of encouragement. Are we doing it for our children and helping them to be able to master the art? Out of this group of children, Mr. Speaker, and disabled persons, and the honourable member spoke of the gentleman who won the competition. We can get the best pianist. I saw a young child that's disabled, that's challenged. And when you hear the music, Mr. Speaker, he never used a music book to get the training. Never had gone anywhere. This is in the national arena. I know individuals in Barbados who have got challenges, and they are the best shoemakers. Many of them are the best artists that you could ever want. Many of them are the best cooks that you could ever want, because that is their forte. That is where they have the interest. And once they get the nurturing, the support, and the guidance, they can make the difference in that aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, too. I want, sir, to say that our social workers must get more formal training. Some of them are excellent. I would say the majority of them that I happen to know, and not because of where I would have been before, but I know many of them. But there are others who need to also, so it should be a holistic approach in what we are doing, because when the children leave the school, then they have to go for the treatment, the care, whatever. And that, for me, will make a difference, because if anybody insults me, especially if it's unfairly, I get so depressed, and I'm like, why target me? I said what I said in good faith. And if I'm an old woman, very old at that, what about a small child whose feelings will be hurt depending on how we respond to them? I have an old lady, she's in her early 80s, Mr. Speaker. She's only one. And she called me only last week and she said, Mistress, I need help for my grandson. His mother died about 2 years ago. His father now is not stable at all. I believe he might be an alcoholic. But that child is still living with his father. He's 22 years old. Mr. Speaker, he's 6 foot something, tough boy. So the father is not capable of looking after him. His old grandmother is living so far away, she can't either. And almost every week, the police have to go. But not have to go. They see him on the road. He's wandering all over 2 and 3 in the morning, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine. If that young boy, a young man, is walking and a thug sees him and goes to find out if he has money or, and he has nothing. But because he is autistic, he has Down syndrome, excuse me, he is just wondering, there's nobody to supervise him. We need to have institutions where he can stay, Mr. Speaker. He can have some time to spend with his granny, or perhaps with his father, because you don't want to separate that relationship. But there's no other person. And this old lady is crying day and night. I have sought to get assistance for him because he needs to have a home where there's somebody to care for him, or an institution where he can stay to save him from the wiles of the devil that we know are existing in this society. You don't have to trouble anybody anymore, it was seen. And he, 2 in the morning, and the police now know him very well. And they call Granny, because they don't know where Daddy is, or Daddy is already sleeping. He has only temporary work. So he too has got challenges. The social services has got to think. And that's only one. There may be so many others. But the care of that young man is, for me, most paramount, and there has to be systems put in place to be able to care, to have him, to get that opportunity to be able to live a better life. There are many of us who have retired, and that's why we like some of those teachers from Mount St. Vincent who are now retired, including, I'm not going to call the name, sir, I didn't have your permission before such, but including, I think there are 2 head teachers. I had a friend who worked with me for many years. She too had done the Mount St. Vincent master's degree. Excellent work. She too was at Alba Paris, and she was an integral part of what was taking place. Where are the 40 teachers? Even if they're retired, this government can engage some of them, because as soon as we retire, Mr. Speaker, we go home and we languish. We get tired. We don't want the noise, the way people are driving, the cursing, the threats. A lot of us don't. But we want to be engaged. I know we have the technology that can even help better. But we need to get them to come in to some institution, some community we can invite them to, and to be able to talk to parents, to be able to go to schools and take their time, so that teachers who are facing these challenges that they don't know how to handle, because they too may need training with children with the disabilities, that at least that could be a support system passing on the knowledge and the skills, as Barbadians have always done for the entire existence in our lives. I therefore want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to indicate how happy I am for the lease to be brought here today, so that we can have that institution developed, that they can have it retrofitted to meet the needs. But that is only one, because that is in St. Michael. So for the future, we need to get to rural Barbados, because we have persons there too. I have over 11,000 people who can vote. So, Mr. Speaker, you know how big the constituency is, because that doesn't count anybody under 18. And therefore, St. James, St. Lucie, all far-flung, we need to, with time, to be able to see how we can have another institution done in the north, or the south, or the west, whichever, to be able to look after and cater to the needs. Because to move from St. Lucie to get to the location, you're talking bus fare. And sometimes the bus that the children are in, the noise, the horn, you know, you hear that horn. You know, that impacts on the hearing, the yeah? And that is what they hear every morning in rural Barbados. My dogs don't wake me up, but those horns do. And I don't know who's listening for that, but I'm saying, for a child that is autistic, or has sitting in those, and every minute it is that, and then the abusive language and the smell of the drugs that they're smoking when they're working, it is not a good thing. So I am asking, sir, through the powers that be, that after this institution is established at the Garrison, is it Garrison? Yeah. That rural Barbados, we in the north, can get some benefits, because we too have large populations, and most of those children in that area require some kind of assistance that will match what is happening elsewhere, because they're all human beings who deserve to get the best of what can be offered. I also want, and before I conclude, sir, indicate we need the volunteers, as I said. We need the faith-based persons on board. We need the professionals on board, especially those who are retired, the retired doctors and teachers and nurses and so, who have the know-how, but other persons as well who will be more gentle and do some community work to make the difference. So I repeat in that. And I believe it is the duty of every Barbadian to extend a helping hand to those families, the moral, the spiritual, the monetary, the emotional, the physical, all forms of support, because we get a lot of lip service. And many of us sit back and wait to hear what's on the calling programs, or what is on, whatever these things are that you get on the phone. I'm not so familiar, I'm not in the learning curve with my grandson. And we're not doing the physical impact that is necessary. It is okay for us to send these videos and so on and so forth, or make the voice messages and let them go far and wide, but the direct impact, the human-to-human, face-to-face approach for me, Mr. Speaker, will make a more tremendous difference than getting something on the, although there are children who are autistic and others who the technology works well for them. They can become technology gurus ahead of me. And therefore, I want for us to be able to take out some of the lip services, talk sometimes, beautiful ideas, all kinds of fancy objectives, and then where are the persons to help us to push this project? Not a fellow is coming forward. I am encouraging those who have the time, those who have the interest, those who have the skill, come on board and assist these institutions that have determined we cannot leave anyone behind. We need to make sure that we look after the needs of everybody. And for those businesses, those entities where there are millions of dollars in funds, some local, some international, I want to implore them, come on board with the funding so that that too can help with the equipment that is necessary, with the furniture, with the other resources, the stipends that you can give to volunteers. The Disabilities Unit, the National Disabilities Unit, will have a couple of people, perhaps friends of the association there, but the National Assistance Board has got a group called Helping Hands, and those individuals make sure that they are always on board to be able to assist the National Assistance Board. We need to help each other. No man is an island. No man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me. Each man's grief is my own. And unless we have the spirit of reaching into the communities, sharing, caring, loving, giving, we cannot continue to exist as a people. We've got too many young people out there who feel that they have been marginalized. Nobody cares about them. And because we have not been reaching out and touching them, they feel they are unimportant and they're doing all kinds of strange things that I know that we can make the difference by giving them the hope that is necessary for them to go forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the moment, and I want to reiterate, disability is not inability. And that is extremely important. Because of a disability, it does not mean that we don't have the capacity. I attended the lecture that was given by the young lawyer a couple months ago. I was extremely impressed by the senator from St. Lucie. He is a young man I knew from the time he was about 8 or 9 years old. And I was so impressed with him and what he has been doing in the other place. Let me say it that way, the correct thing, in the other place rather than saying what I said before. And there are so many other institutions in the Ministry of People Empowerment. We have persons who are working in there that have had disabilities, visual, some are unable to speak and so on, but they are serving the country well. There are 1 or 2 private sector institutions that are hiring persons with disabilities, and the way they comport themselves, Mr. Speaker, they're performing better than some that can talk and have degrees. We just need to give them a chance and incorporate them in whatever sphere of life we are going so that they can understand you need me and I need you. And together we can build this society and make a difference, removing some of the stigmas, removing some of the things that people will do to discredit and to make them feel, those who are disabled, to make them feel that they're less than human. Each one matters. Quality education for all. Everybody in Barbados is important. They just need to reach out, touch, uplift them in order for us to continue to live as a more cohesive society, serving everybody, because we are all human beings with desires, with needs, with ambitions, and with skills that we can spread our wings, touching, creating new avenues, going through different frontiers to make a difference, not only in our lives personally, but in the lives of all others in this society and beyond. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to thank you for the moment, and I trust that as we go forward with this particular resolution, we'll be able to receive others who have needs that we can tackle them. We know we can't deal with all of them at the same time, but the planning that I know the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast will work towards with her teams, we can make a difference in the next couple of months and years to turn Barbados around, to be the productive society where people are mannerly, they care for each other as they care for themselves, and we can make a difference in this sphere of the world because we know what impact it can have to change whatever we are doing for the upliftment of every member of this society and every visitor who comes to our shores to make that tremendous difference. I thank you sincerely, sir.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we do now suspend for a lunch break until 2:40.
On what time, Honourable Member?
2:40? That will give us an hour and a half.
Question is that this Honourable Chairman be suspended until 2:40 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This Honourable Chairman stands suspended until 2:40 p.m.
Susan Doyle of Britain's Got Talent fame, singer. Jerry Seinfeld, actor. Question mark against Emily Dickinson, writer. Bill Gates, question mark. All of these individuals have been associated whether by personal admission of diagnosis of autism or on the spectrum, or some have been purported to given symptoms that they're exhibited. I want to also say that this is the time, especially now that we are doing this for the Autism Society, that we rid ourselves of the stigma of having a disability. I don't know that there's any member in the House or on the outside of the House that can claim that they have no disability whatsoever, whether it be temporary or permanent, whether it was past or to come. I myself have some issues getting up the steps here because of something I'm suffering from right now. Hopefully it will be temporary. But none of us can really claim to have no disability in life. And I think it's time that we get past, and hopefully this bill would lead to that, the stigma associated with certain diseases and certain conditions. I want to mention, on my research, I was looking at the cost of treating, be it from diagnosis to addressing issues to long-term care for the autistic members of our society. I found none, of course, for Barbados, but in the US, the costs are anywhere between 1.4 to 2.4 million US dollars for an individual for lifelong care. And it is here that I always put a plug for data. We need the data, we need the data, we need the data, so that we can move on as a country, as a society, in knowing how to deal with it. The rates vary. We do not know our rates as it stands in Barbados, not officially. But worldwide, the rates vary from anywhere from 1 in 66 to 1 in 99 people per country, for instance. It should be noted that the spectrum, the autism spectrum, also has a lot of attendant comorbidities. That term became familiar to us during the COVID time. So these are things we need to discover. What are comorbidities, for instance, attention deficit disorder, so on, related to autism. We need to do work as a country on the genetics of it, the association of it. There's anecdotal evidence from some of our doctors, including the pediatrician, that suggests that the numbers are rising, and rising quite quickly in our island in terms of autism. And the importance of research, we can almost link it as an example. We remember way back when one of the so-called esteemed doctors of maybe not my time, but maybe a little before my time, basically accused the vaccination, MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, for causing the symptoms of autism. And since then, the research has dispelled that myth, and maybe perhaps things like that are giving us some trouble in terms of getting the country back on track with the vaccination schedule. But research has revealed a lot of these things. In Barbados, we have issues in terms of timely diagnosis for autism, which is extremely important. I am told that if we can get it before 2 years old or at 2 years old, you would derive the greatest benefits for our children. Yes, there is the A.C. Graham Center, but largely the diagnoses of these individuals are private, through the private sector, and their costs can range, I believe, upwards of 3,000 Barbados dollars per child for diagnosis. There was made mention of the Claude Graham Center, Albert Claude Graham Center. Yes, they're doing wonderful work, but one of the drawbacks of the center is the staffing is limited, and they rely heavily on volunteerism to complement the staff. The Ministry of Health at present funds the A.C. Graham Center, but I am at the point where I think the discussion needs to be had with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health in terms of getting an input, whether it be funding or help with the syllabuses, some people say, of the A.C. Graham Center. We take care of the health issues as best we can, but the education arm of it needs a little help on that end. including funding. Their waiting list is extremely long. I had the fortune of speaking to a young lady, but the misfortune of hearing that she has been on the list for her child for a very long time. And I may say, I knew this child from maybe about 4 years old or less, and he's now close to 20 if he hasn't passed that time. So these are some of the constraints that we are facing at the AC Graham Center. There's also only one speech therapist that works at the AC Graham Center, but not only that, she works for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. She attends clinics in all of our polyclinics, or most of the polyclinics. So you can see for an island-wide basis, one speech therapist is certainly inadequate. The Ministry of Health we have put in an ask, really, for another speech therapist, but in my mind, even that is inadequate. So these are things that we have to look at and address. From an education point of view, and maybe this is the point to apply to philanthropy, the philanthropic arm of society. They need equipment for their special rooms for the autistic, and the members of the society, the association here would know what I'm referring to. Quiet rooms, room for stimulation or decreased stimulation. A lot of these areas are lacking in the AC Graham Center, and I'm hoping by the time I'm finishing my speech that some part of the public sector may come forward and offer to outfit or to help us outfit the AC Graham Center. I am glad that we as a government have seen it fit to house the members of the association, and that can only lead to more positive outreach to them. We need help with the public outreach, which I'm sure the Ministry of Health is willing to help, and other agencies, other ministries, public outreach, which will include educating parents, educating employers. That is an important one. And of course, teachers. Teachers are, as I would say, are the front line in most cases, whether it be primary or nursery school. In most cases, to discover that something is not quite right or not quite normal or not quite typical of a child, a student. And I think it would air well to educate teachers, basic education in terms of how to identify possible autistic students, in terms of how to refer them to the relevant agencies despite the waiting list. And like everybody basically that spoke today, we have brilliant children who are deemed on the spectrum, Asperger's syndrome, for instance. And the Honourable Member for St. James North mentioned a Harrison College student. And while I am happy that he mentioned that, there are other students that should not be a benchmark on the brilliance of some of these children or the adequacy of some of these children. Harrison College is just one agency. There are many other schools that I'm sure can boast that they have had students that are on the spectrum that have done well. And we need to get away from using the older secondary schools as benchmarks for how we assess students in terms of their abilities and what they can be trained to do. So I understand that part as well. And that is, we know about, as I mentioned, a few names, actors, we know artists, a lot of children. I know one that is actually in my neighborhood that is brilliant at art. And sometimes we need to put things in place to hone these abilities and to see that they are supported, basically. We have to consider, and I say here now, help for parents on the governmental end. Right now I have, and I will say a patient, a neighbor as well, whose son, she's a young lady, younger than I am, I'm calling myself young, but younger than I am, who has an autistic child, older child, I think maybe at the end of teenage years now, but she is not, although she has appealed, has not been able to get assistance from welfare department. I've been told by several parents with other illnesses too, basically NIS has told them they need to support their children till whoever dies first, basically. And our normal families expect that you have a child, they grow up, They move out, they get a job for themselves, and we don't ever think of supporting an adult child for the rest of our lives or their lives. I think we need to look at that in terms of supporting some of these parents, if not all of them, financially, but not only financially. A lot of these parents obviously have to work. And institutions for daycare or night care, depending on how you work, we need to look at those so that when a mother, and oftentimes they're single parents, when a mother has to work in the day or at night, that she is safe in the provision, that knowing that her child is somewhere safe, well outfitted, with trained staff in how to deal with autistic children or individuals, if I may say. And parents really and truly have genuine concerns. They are concerned about what happens to them if they get ill. That might require some nights or weeks in the hospital. And a greater concern is if they die, what is to become of their charges? That is almost every parent that I have met with a child in this or other illnesses, long-term, lifelong illnesses or disabilities. One of the main concerns is if I die, what will happen to my child? And these are things in the near future we need to look at and put things in place that parents will not, they will always have the worry, but parents will have less of a worry. And then the Honourable Member for St. James North also mentioned insurance. I don't think we get, as a people, we do not get enough out of our insurance companies. Sometimes the coverage is non-existent because they rate you, and I'm sure people would agree, they rate you, even regular illnesses. I have people in the hospital right now or elsewhere outside getting, for instance, this is on a side, dialysis treatment. The insurance covers for them, but at 2 to 3 years, they stop. So your choice is find the money to pay for it or die. So insurance companies need to be educated, one, and to get on board in buttressing these parents and these children in times of illness or in times of their parents' illness. And I agree with him wholeheartedly on that part of it. Gone are the days where we need to hide away, and I know it's still being done, hide away our children with disabilities. I have met, not autistic in this case, but I have met in my practice a few Down syndrome individuals. They're adults now. But I could see that if they were given the right attention, the right schooling, they could actually hold on jobs, meaningful jobs. I had one that used to visit me in my office every day. And he was able to, he would always ask me for some money for a quote. I know NCDs, but this is before all of that. To go to this shop, and he would go to this shop and purchase a quote on his own. He could speak to you, sometimes like a pirate. But he was high-functioning enough that if he was given the opportunity, if we could get over the stigma and get parents to understand that these children are children and they need the love and the care and the attention like everybody else, and then it's not worth hiding them away, he would have probably been holding a job right now, a meaningful job. We need to take charge, as I mentioned earlier, early diagnosis. Whether it be by opening some posts for psychologists/psychiatrists, putting things in place to offset the $3,000 cost of diagnosis, because as I said earlier, it's important to diagnose early and intervene at an early stage, although some diagnoses come later, but it's important. Parents know, especially if they had another child, that something is not quite right. But they don't have the resources for diagnosis. Many of them, yes, they're on the list for ACGRAM, and they really can't afford it to get these children diagnosed, that intervention can happen, and that teachers can be informed as to what is happening with the child, that they can put things in place to make it easier for educating that child, even if it's just life skills. There needs to be discussions with the employers and educational sessions too, because on a larger scale overseas, a lot of autistic individuals on whichever end of the spectrum are holding gainful employment. I do not think, in fact, I almost know that we have not reached that. We need to encourage employers to entertain, once we could get all things equal, to entertain and interview and hire individuals with autism and other genetic illnesses that are quite capable of doing a meaningful job. But that will also mean that they need to get on board with outfitting the workplaces in terms of the physical infrastructure. You need quiet rooms in such cases, with decreased stimulation, for instance, so that people can work. We all know that things like sound, visual triggers, and auditory triggers are sometimes the things that set off, quote unquote, set off some of these children and adults. So conversations have to happen with the sensory-friendly environments within workplaces. And I always mention this, things like a staggered work environment where you can adjust the what's it called, flexible working hours, and that would include both parents and the individual who is working, to accommodate, basically to keep them going on a line that they will be productive workers. And for parents, so that they know they can be at home, if they can work at home. If it's one thing that COVID had taught us, is that working from home is often very productive. And we need to get parents or caregivers, give them permission basically to work at home once they're productive, that they can keep an eye on the child. And the vision in a lot of people's head is that the autistic child is disruptive and noisy, and you can't work from home, and this is not true. The ones I know sit in my office quite happily. They might find something to tickle at, but these are individuals that would allow a parent to work. So workplaces, including governmental workplaces, need to look at that, a staggered schedule so that parents can be a part of their child's life and be productive employees at the same time. Not much more to say, Mr. Speaker, but the last thing I want to say is that we need to include autistic individuals in the decision making, especially in this case. The Honourable Member mentioned Harrison College students, and yes, others have mentioned that age group. We need to include those high-functioning ones in our decision making. As they say, nothing about us without us. So with those few words, I just want to say that I support the bill. Congratulations to society. I expect good things. I know there will be good things, and don't be afraid to ask for help, at least from the Ministry of Health. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by congratulating the association and the volunteers who may not be here, but who work diligently to assist with this very special group of Barbadians, and also to salute all those who work with those with special needs, because I think it takes a special heart and mind to care in those circumstances. I also want to heartily congratulate the Honourable Member for St. James North, who has so diligently worked with the Commission to mobilize this country around the issues of the disabled. I think he's done an excellent job, and the output or end product is going to transform this country if we respond to the recommendations that will come in that report. And I want to salute him for that excellent work. As I listen to my colleagues speak about this area of special needs, the area of autism and other challenges that people experience in their lives, one of the things that stood out for me is how do we respond as individuals to people who are different to us? How do we prepare a society to be inclusive of all of its members, regardless of differences? And it forced me to go back in my own life to see what were the preparations that occurred in my life to help me to relate to people who are differently abled. And my first experience was at the polio center was just outside Stowe Primary School, between Springer Memorial and Stowe Primary School. Their bath, their pool for swimming was there. And periodically, it would be closed most of the time. We never got a chance to go in, but a bus would come and the children would get out and go into the establishment and do their swimming and their exercise. And we would see them when they were going in and when they were coming out. And at that age, I was in primary school, and it made me curious about people who were differently abled. The next occurrence that I had experienced was when I was at foundation school. One of the things, our head teacher at that time, she had a child that was specially challenged as well, and so she was sensitive to the issue. And one of the things that she had put in place was that some classes would go down to the geriatric, the district hospital, where you had a lot of elderly people, people who were disabled or challenged and were unable to manage their lives. And I remember the impact that it had on us as school children. We were probably about 12 or 13 years old at the time. And because many of the children did not have exposure to people who had these types of challenges, they recoiled. They were, oh my goodness, oh, I didn't like that, oh. And I realized that in truth and in fact, we needed to have done better preparation, and we need to do preparation from young to get our society to be able to engage and include people who are differently able. The next experience was with the Challoner School. Our girl guide mistress, she's passed now, she took us there for camp for a week. And this is where we saw people who were challenged, people who had physical and mental challenges. And again, because we were not prepared, there was the staring, there was the And what it meant again was that as we were going along in our lives, that enough adequate preparation for being receptive and accepting of others who are different had not occurred. And during that period would have been a period when you had a lot of hiding, where parents would not bring their children out. They would hide them away and so on. So the society was not accustomed. And so you would get the jeering from sometimes young men, you know, teasing and jeering at people who were challenged. And that must have been an awful experience for our special Barbadians to go through. So my focus today is on how are we going to build an inclusive society that understands, accepts, and embraces people who are differently abled. And one of the things that I feel would be important, the first thing, and very early, is to begin to explain difference. To be able to help people to understand what creates difference and how we are to relate to it. And I feel very strongly that this is something that we can inculcate into everyday life. We can inculcate it in education. A simple thing, Mr. Speaker, all of us in economics, we learn about the bell curve. The bell curve tells us that most people will fall in that huge middle ground and will be pretty much like each other. But there are always going to be a small percentage that are going to lie outside of that curve, who will be differently able to the rest of us. So that when we're teaching mathematics, we should include, because one of the problems that we have, sir, my nephew touched on it, that we teach things, but without linking them to everyday life. How does understanding the bell curve help you to learn to manage difference? When you're teaching me home economics, how are you teaching me about not only preparing food for myself, but if there are people who have special needs in my family? If I'm doing music, if I'm learning geography, if I'm doing biology, all of these are wonderful opportunities in which to help people to appreciate difference and to learn how to respond to that difference. So explaining is important. The second thing I think that's very critical for this, if we're going to grow an inclusive society, is that we have to encourage visiting and mixing. And this means being very deliberate about what it is we want our children to know and understand. And therefore, designing visits to places where they can interact with people who are different, but giving them the necessary psychological preparation before they do. Because everybody is not fortunate to have an experience that I had. In my class in foundation in first form, we had a student who suffered with polio. And at first, the children stared. But when they got to know her, she was bright. She was one of the brightest children in the class, but she could not spell for toffee. Could not spell. It didn't matter what you tried, she couldn't spell. But she was so bright. And people after a while forgot about the disability and focused on her as a person. But then they were thoughtful about her. When we were walking on uneven steps, careful here. Mind you don't fall there. When she was doing games and she wanted to do everything everybody was doing, they encouraged her, they cheered her on, and they made it easy for her to participate. And what that did, that helped to train us. But every child doesn't have that experience or that opportunity that we had to be able to have our values and our minds and our emotions change by engagement. So therefore, we have to build those opportunities in with visits and the opportunity to mix. This also leads us to two other things that we need to do. Because as we help people in society to engage, what we're doing is reshaping their values. What we're doing is we are helping them to allow for a world that is bigger and greater than our own experience, and to allow others to participate and play. And it helps us to celebrate all of our society, regardless of what the particular strength or ability is, that everybody has a value that they bring to Barbadian life, and they should be facilitated and allowed to engage. And so this is why I'm so pleased that we are doing this bill today to provide the society with the opportunity to have a property that they can work with and use. And again, like my other colleagues, I pray that others will step forward to help with the funding to allow them to do this very important work for Barbadian citizens. But if we truly care about providing funding, this funding is going to have to be sustained. So while donations and so on are important, more important is the growth of our economy so that our government revenues can increase and grow, can provide jobs and opportunities in the society, so that both the society, the parents, and government can set aside the resources that will help to support our differently abled people. And therefore, growing our economy is going to be important. But there's some areas of breach. And this has affected me as an MP in St. James South. One of the areas that distressed me, and I believe the Honourable Member for St. Michael South mentioned it, that between the ages of 15 and when you get to senior citizen stage, there is no institutional care for a person who is disabled. What that means is that person can't be in an orphanage, they can't be at the child care board because they're older than that age. They're not old enough to be in the geriatric hospital. So what happens to them? As an MP, I had that experience where there was one of my constituents who was disabled, and because there was no provision for him, and his family struggled to meet his needs in a very small, cramped house that made it difficult, and the burden became too much for that family. His main caregiver died, and then all was lost at that point. Eventually, because he became very ill, he was hospitalized. and shortly thereafter, he died. But as a society, we were unable to respond to his need because there was a breach, and that breach, Mr. Speaker, needs to be filled. There's another breach. In my constituency, I have a gentleman who is blind, and he's unable to take care of himself. He has an only child, a daughter, and this daughter is dedicated to the needs of her father. But what does that mean for her and her life? It means that she's unable to work. And though she's a young person in her mid-30s, early 40s, she would have spent years of her life caring for him and has years more to go. What does that mean? That she has been unable to advance her education, to get job experience, and therefore to be able to move herself forward in terms of her earning power. What is going to happen to her after her father dies? She will not be able to support herself because she will not be able to enter the workforce. But she has to make that choice because it is her father and there's no one else to care for him. This is a breach in the fabric of our care, and we have to find ways to be able to assist caregivers to be able to earn while they're performing this very important role of caring for our differently abled and challenged persons. Then there's the breach that was recently mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. Philip North. Because again, I have a family in St. James South that have a mentally challenged child. And the one fear in the mind of the parents is that they will die and what will happen to their son. So they have committed themselves to working harder and longer, because they not only have to provide for him while he is in their care, they have to find a way to provide for his care after they're gone. So they struggle to make this happen. And therefore, this is a breach within the fabric of care that we need to find a way to fill. Then, what do we need to do? And I think it was ably said by the Honourable Member for St. Philip North. We have to prepare an entire society to be able to engage in care for those who are differently able, those who are challenged. And one of the things that we have to do is to help people to respect differences, to accept those differences, and to understand the primacy of the value of the human being. And this means not only our teachers, it's our healthcare workers, not just teachers and healthcare workers, it's your transport workers. It is people who are giving services to the wide community to make sure that we train and expose all of them, as to how to relate to, understand the needs of, and prepare to give them the additional service which they need. So there's another group that I am particularly concerned about in terms of their preparation, and that is parents. Because I too have encountered parents who, when faced with the fact that they have produced a child that is challenged and differently able, the shock, the pain, the embarrassment, the sense of something was wrong with me that this has occurred. Some parents never overcome the pain of the experience of the birth of their differently abled child. And in some cases, there are parents who have run away, abandoned those children. There are some who remain in the relationship, but more likely than not, it's the mother who has to carry the burden, and sometimes the fathers distance themselves completely from that child because they cannot cope emotionally with the fact that I have produced, and they're wondering if it was something in their biology that created it. that is probably one of the most painful things for people to live with and confront if they have not been given the support, the counseling, the training beforehand. If we'd had that full training in the society beforehand, they would be better able to manage when a child presents itself as differently able as coming from them. But what we must do is provide counseling support and create a network group that works around those families and help them. And it's not just the mother and father, because in order for that child to have the best care, their whole of family network needs to be triggered. It means that grandparents have to be prepared. It means aunts and uncles have to be prepared. Because one of the challenges when I speak with my families who have the gift of a special needs child is, no, I can't leave them there because that person won't be able to cope. And so they don't have anyone to hand off when they need some space. So therefore you need the family network to be trained, prepared, and supported in order to give the kind of care that we feel our special Barbadians should have. And therefore I want to be able to recommend that that is something that we work towards. Now, where can we start with that sensitization? I want to suggest that there are a number of groups that can actually start working because we're behind the eighth ball on this. And so we have to accelerate how we're going to engage the broader Barbadian society in building that sensitivity, etc. For me, the constituency and the MP in an area, that's a good place to start, because I will tell you this, if it's one thing MPs know what is going on in the homes in their constituency. They know where those people are, even the ones who are hiding. Even the ones who are hiding. And therefore, we are in a position to be able to start and put on programs. We are in a position to be able to report to the authorities that this family here will need some help. But we can start that process by being able to put on sensitization workshops, organize it, work with the associations, work with the National Disabilities Unit, whichever is the group, and start and put on something in our constituencies. Secondly, our churches. There is no harm in a church taking a month and using that month to teach and expose and sensitize their congregation to the needs of our special needs people and building out programs of support. Our schools, and let me suggest that the Give Back program is an excellent place to start and sensitize some of our young people to be able to engage this community, to give of their skills to help the associations, to give of their learning to help the association to manage and function, raise funds, etc., and at the same time get immersed in giving back and engaging our differently abled people. And then, of course, we have the workplace. And this is where you look at HRMAB, the Human Resources Association of Barbados, Human Resources Management Association of Barbados, that the HR practitioners should work at helping to build an inclusive society. Why? Because you need to bring differently able people into the workplace, but differently able people will also be your customers and consumers. How are you going to sensitize your population that works within your business space to be able to engage this group in a sensitive, caring, and loving way? I believe that if we were to trigger all these different points and begin to put in the sensitization and the training, that what we will be doing across Barbados is seasoning up the country with kindness, with care, with a sense of responsibility, and a sense of value for each other. Because if your heart becomes triggered by concern for someone who is challenged, and you give of yourself to that person, I think it would be difficult for you to take up a gun and go and shoot somebody. because you would have triggered within yourself a sense of the value of the human being. So there might even be a very powerful tool in training us not to be shooting at each other. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end there and to commend the bill and to say to the association and again to Edmund, thank you so much for taking up this challenge within our country. And I trust that Barbados and all the various elements of Barbados will take up the challenge to reach out and create a space in which our differently abled people will feel what is necessary. They need to feel safe. They need to feel acceptance. They need to feel inclusion. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip. West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this resolution to lease the land at the garrison to the Autism Association. And I have listened to many over the years and certainly over the time since I have also worked as Minister of Responsibility for Education. And what I have seen is that many people see autism as, in many cases, only as a limit to learning. And today, sir, I would like to invite this Honourable House, the Autism Society Association, and the parents of those persons with autism to become partners with our Ministry of Education as we try to use the opportunity we have now to better understand, to better empathize, and to better include people with autism. Autism is not just a limit to learning. I think it brings us tremendous opportunity to understand, to include, and to ensure that we are operating with empathy. Sir, when we look at this global statistics, the World Health Organization in its March fact sheet tells us that 1 out of every 100 births, there is some part of autism on the spectrum. Sir, that is interesting in 2023, according to the World Health Organization, but only 7 years ago, that same number was 1 in 160. In fact, they're saying that the autism spectrum disorder is the fastest growing serious developmental disability in the world. That is the source. And I contextualize it there, Mr. Speaker, because I want to go to what we are seeing in the school system here in Barbados. That same growth is what we are witnessing here in our education system. We have in the last 3 years, and this is just from those who were referred from public schools, 120 children with autism at some level of the spectrum. Sir, these are only the ones who were referred to our Student Support Services unit. There are many who were not referred. And that does not include the number from the private school system. The reality is, sir, that autism forms part of the special education needs that students who have special educational needs. And the number I just said, sir, represents about 25% of students with special educational needs that we see as part of the ministry. And that number is growing. And so, sir, this number, if you want to see how much it's grown, if 20 years ago you had taken a look at the numbers in our education system, that 120 represents about a 300% increase over the numbers about 20 years ago. And so we are seeing that not just is this autism spectrum disorder growing on a global level, we are seeing locally it manifesting through our education system. But what does that mean, sir? I said, sir, that I choose not to look at the limitations of autism, but I choose to see what opportunities those individuals on the autism spectrum, what opportunities they present to us. Sir, I see this as an opportunity for the education system to get into strengths-based approach to how we educate. Every single student, whether they are on the autism spectrum or have some other special educational need, from the gifted to those who are challenged, we have the opportunity, sir, to use a strengths-based approach to the way we educate, where we're not looking for the weaknesses, but we're looking for what are your strengths, and then we are able to educate you using your strengths. Another opportunity I see that this presents for us, Mr. Speaker, is specialized support. Whether that is through speech therapy, or it's through occupational therapy, or it's through other special supports that would be required. This is an opportunity for us to be able to see what other types of specialized support is needed, and where is the gap between what is needed and what we now provide as a country in support of those with special education needs, including those with autism. A third opportunity that I see this present, Mr. Speaker, is that to be inclusive. Much of the research that we are seeing around the world is telling us that when we have students with special educational needs, to the extent that we can, include and integrate them in our regular education system, and then make the proper accommodations to be able to work with them, because we see that they get better results through an inclusive approach. Now, not every single child on the autism spectrum will necessarily be able to be integrated into the mainstream school system. However, those that can, it is in our interest to seek to integrate them, not only from an educational perspective, but also in order to teach our school communities how to be more accepting and how to appreciate diversity, whether it is that neurodiversity that autism represents, or it is all types of diversity in every different form. A fourth opportunity that I see, Mr. Speaker, is for us to be able to use technology in a meaningful way to be assistive. It's interesting, just a couple of days ago, I was having a conversation with one of the persons responsible for IT in our schools, and we were looking at the use of artificial intelligence in helping us to better educate students with special educational needs. And so we have the opportunity here, sir, to move beyond seeing autism as some limit to learning, and to shift the way we think and see it as where are the opportunities for us to take this experience in education. Sir, what is interesting is that you will find that many persons with autism are highly intelligent, pay close attention to detail, and are often out-of-the-box thinkers. And it is for that reason that a number of the major tech companies have indeed set up special programs for the employment of persons who are at places on that autistic spectrum. And sir, what often happens is that we will see that there's a limitation in how persons with some form of autism, how they will communicate, or how they will socialize, or that they have certain challenges, sensory challenges, whether things are too loud and how they're disturbed. We can point to all those things, but again, sir, I say let us shift from the limitation and go to the opportunity. What does that do for us, for example? One of the things we reckon now do is better preparation for interviews of students who are leaving at some point on the autism at some point in the autism spectrum, where we are able to recognize what some of their challenges are, and then be able to better prepare them for interviews. understand that there is a way for us to educate persons to say, avoid abstract language, speak in shorter, crisper sentences, give more instructions, so that we are now better able to create the environments that will allow persons on the autism spectrum to have greater success. And when I say success, education has to have an outcome for the student. And we expect that outcome to be that they get a job, that they're able to go on to higher education, or they're able to open a business, and they're able to function independently as much as possible in life. And if we are to improve the outcomes of students who go through the education system who are part of that, who are on that autism spectrum, we need to be able to not only educate the teachers and the parents and the communities, but we also need to educate those in the work world on how best you may be able to help persons on the autism spectrum to unlock their potential and be able to be contributing citizens in this country. Certainly, as part of our education transformation agenda, we are considering the tremendous work that we need to do for students who have special educational needs. I will say quite honestly, students with special education needs have traditionally and still are today underserved by the education system we have. Unfortunately, but we are working on it. We do not have enough diagnostic testing capacity or resources to do the type of diagnostic testing that is required, because our interventions for students with special educational needs has to be evidence-based. How often, Mr. Speaker, you in your world have heard that, well, this child cannot learn. And when we check, it was not a learning challenge, it was an instructional challenge. So it wasn't that the child could not learn, but it was the teaching methods that were not quite suited to the way that child learned, the pace at which that child learned. It didn't recognize that child's strengths or the different types of intelligences that child had. And so the approach that we have to take is not just one from how do we diagnose what is happening with the child and seek to make the intervention with the child. That is fundamental, and we need additional resources so to do. We also need to look at it from the instructional quality side and ensure that we have trained teachers in how to work more effectively with children who have special educational needs, including those who are included in our classrooms who are on the autism spectrum. That, I am happy to say, has already started with us seeking to train our teachers. Not only is Erdeston offering more in terms of training teachers who can be special education teachers, they've also sought to include a special education component as part of whatever course you take in teaching, so that it is not just about those who will specialize, but it is also those who can teach in an environment where there are differentiated learning styles and where you need differentiated instruction to teach those in a different way, the students in a different way. And so we've started on the process because we understand that training of teachers is going to be critical. In addition, we know that students with special education needs, including those on the autism spectrum, will require individual education plans because they have specialized needs. So one size fits all will not be working for them. Not all teachers as well know how to develop those individual education plans, the IEPs. And so that has also to be a way in which we bring additional training and understanding to this experience. Sir, not only then Are we to put the right supports in place for the children? And are we seeking, as we've started to do, to train the teachers? There are specialized and customized spaces for those students with special educational needs, and including those with autism. Not all spaces are suitable to all children needing special needs, and we now have to tailor-make those spaces. And I understand that part of what will happen in this project that will benefit from this resolution will be that there will be special places created. Those tailor-made, customized spaces that would be suitable for persons with autism, and I commend them, because we as a ministry need to be able to do more of that within our own system. But more fundamentally, we cannot as a government do it all ourselves. There are a number of nonprofit organizations, there are a number of private organizations who have created customized spaces for persons with special needs. And the government now has to continue to support those efforts, because the government cannot do it alone, and we cannot do it all. There are some schools here that cater to special needs where the government will pay some of the salaries of the teachers, where we have given a subvention to the particular organization. What we now need to do is to audit the support that we are giving for special education needs, including for those on the autism spectrum, and determine what more do we need to do in collaboration with partners to be able to provide adequate access for all of our special needs students. Sir, transportation continues to be a challenge for those students we have with special needs as well. It is a challenge generally for children going to school. And I know that the ministry responsible for transport and works, and of course the Barbados Transport Board, has been having communications with us and conversations with us about how best we might at some point reach a dedicated system for transportation for schools. But right now, sir, in my constituency in St. Philip West, there are 2 families I know of who would happily like to have their children go to some of the specialist schools. However, the transportation issue for those persons with special needs, that transportation system is not adequate either. And we are now looking to see how we as a community might be able to offer some support in that regard. But with them not being able to get to schools, it means that their access to education, their access to that right, is suffering, it's at risk. And so part of what we need to do as we move towards a transformed education system is not only to look at the pedagogy, is not only to look at the instructional quality, is not only to look at the customized spaces for persons with disability, it's not only for us to look at the opportunities, many of which I have already listed, for us to be able to be more inclusive, for us to be more empathetic, and for us to be more understanding, sir. We also have to find ways to make sure that even though the opportunities are available, we are able to give the students with special education needs access. Because it may be available, but not accessible. And that has to be a part of the considerations that go forward, sir. I have to say to you, sir, that as I call for greater partnership between the Autism Association and others to work with our Ministry of Education to unlock the potential within every autistic child, sir, we know that we have a lot of work to do. We have more funding to secure, we have more spaces to secure, and we have to look at programming in a more holistic way. And I am told that some of the space of the project that will benefit from this resolution would be towards providing some basic life skills to persons with autism. And I trust that that will continue to be something that is celebrated. I remember while this school does not always cater to only persons with autism or in a significant way, but it caters to students with special needs. The Derek Smith School has done tremendous work for a number of our students and young adults with special education needs. And I know that recently they started to offer the NVQs and the CVQ, technical and vocational. And you have students now who are graduating with certification and with the ability to step into the work world, and many have. And so I hope that that will continue to inspire us as a country to not just see special education needs as something that needs to be addressed as a learning deficit, but that indeed we're able to treat it as something that will take us to a higher height within ourselves and our psyche as a country to allow us to serve all of our children equitably and create a bright future for every child. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Member St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this piece of legislation before the House out of a recognition that organizations like the Autism Association of Barbados, some of whose members are here with us today, a recognition that, and I've said this to officers in my ministry, and I say it within the context of being the minister responsible for the ministry that is charged with looking after, in a general sense, the third sector. The third sector meaning the non-public sector, non-private sector. So civil society organizations, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, that group of organizations. And I say very often to my officers that there is no amount of money that you can pay to a person and be able to replicate the passion that you find in organizations like the Autism Association of Barbados and other NGOs and CBOs. And it is, I don't want to use the word simply, but I don't have a great facility with words, so I got to use simply. It is probably simply because those who are in these organizations, and they're usually pretty small organizations, but those persons are touched by the issues that they advocate for. And those who are familiar with Scripture know that very often when we speak about the fact that Christ is our perfect example, we use the word and we speak to the fact that he was touched with our infirmities. And we use that because when one is touched, when one is impacted, the recognition, the passion, the everything that comes and that drives action is one that cannot be replicated outside of that. And so, from the perspective of third sector organizations broadly, including the Autism Association of Barbados, we recognize as a government that this sector and these organizations are fully to be considered as partners in national development. There is no government, in spite of resolutions like the one that we are debating today, there are no governments anywhere in the world with all the abundant resources that there's no government that is, I'm trying to get the grammar correct, but there's no government that is capable of addressing all the needs that need to be addressed in a country. And that is something that a government that is realistic has to come to grips with. This government that I have the honor and privilege to be a part of is a government that recognizes that, and also a government that understands that we can fulfill the mandate, even though we can't do it directly. We can fulfill the mandate if we partner with the organizations that can get into areas that governmental bureaucracy does not easily allow us to get to. And so we say that, for example, if I move away from the Autism Association of Barbados, the faith-based organizations that get into areas that we call the nooks and crannies, that know a lot of the realities deep in communities, a lot of health-related NGOs that know where the needs are. And in order for a government, well, in order for a country to develop and not to have skewed and lopsided development, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South referred to earlier today, it means that we have to partner with these organizations. And this resolution today is a resolution that comes out of that philosophy. A resolution that comes out of the thinking that says, while we are not able to address every single need, as a government, we have a primary responsibility to be a facilitator. And so by putting the Autism Association of Barbados in this particular context in possession of a facility, well, of a property, that goes a long way in allowing the association to be able to do what it really wants to do, and that is to address the real needs of persons who are on the autism spectrum. Now, this government, in terms of what we do for third sector organizations, and I'm saying this careful not to give the impression that this is an exercise of patting ourselves on the back. It is not so. We also recognize, though, that we have a responsibility to remind not the Autism Association of Barbados, but Barbadians generally, of what this government's philosophy is, what it is doing, and also what it has done. And as a government during the pandemic, for example, we were careful, even as we met to work through how to respond to the pandemic. We were careful to recognize that the third sector had special accommodations that needed to be made. And so as we worked through how to allow movement, limited though it was, government segregated businesses, third sector organizations, so that there was special attention given to how we would facilitate movement by third sector organizations. So the provision of passes, for example, was looked at separately because we recognize that these organizations are important and need to be facilitated. And so we took those requests, we did not lump them with every other request. We knew that special attention needed to be given, and that is what we did during the pandemic period. An example of our perspective as it relates to including third sector organizations, those organizations that are partners in development, addressing particular areas of need. As a government, we have also recognized some other things. One is that many of our third sector organizations, because of their size, in some cases because of how they developed, have some limitations. And all the limitations, Mr. Speaker, are not financial limitations. Some are limitations with respect to how to manage an organization. I know from when I was a youngster, and I had the privilege of listening to my dad explain some things, so that one of our neighbors passed from cancer. So I was a little boy at the time. I would have been in the 70s. And the gentleman's widow, coming out of that experience, and this is probably my first experience with an NGO outside of a faith-based organization. That gentleman's widow started what is now known as the Barbados Cancer Society. And if I may call her name, the late Dr. Dorothy Cook Johnson, who was a resident of Rose Hill, the same district where I grew up. As a matter of fact, where I now live is on a piece of property that my dad purchased from her when she left Rose Hill. But an organization that starts with a single individual with a large mandate needs assistance. Assistance in financial record keeping, assistance in how to make sure that what you're doing aligns itself with any legislation in the country. We call it governance and financial capacity. And so as a government, what we have been doing over the past, even during the COVID period, but to a lesser extent, but over the past, say, 5 years, 4.5 years, we have been providing that capacity building for many organizations in the civil society sector, in the third sector. We've had capacity building sessions with respect to proposal writing. We have partnered with organizations to provide capacity building with respect to financial record keeping. And we have, in more recent times, the last one would have been just a couple of months ago, partnered with the Aspire Foundation to have these programs that recognize that these important organizations just sometimes need the support that gives them the capacity to be able to step out, to be able to write their proposals, to be able to tap into funding sources, to be able to partner with larger organizations so that they can fulfill their mandate. This government has been intentional in this regard. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, as she outlined portfolio responsibilities in 2018, was careful to indicate that we will have a ministerial portfolio that has a responsibility for the third sector, for the civil society sector. That is a recognition by this government that that sector is important to national development. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of a government that recognizes that these are not just organizations of people who keep noise over various issues. You know, it is easy for government sometimes to feel pressured by civil society organizations. And I have heard in the past of governments, both in Barbados and outside of Barbados, having a what I call a very unhealthy skepticism about third sector organizations. Third sector organizations have a reputation for holding governments or holding the feet of governments to the proverbial fire. This government is not afraid to have its feet held to the fire because we believe in accountability and we believe in empowering organizations that are designed to help people. We believe in empowering those organizations to be able to fulfill their mandate. Now, within our responsibility, there is also another matter that we're working on. And in this matter, we have not made the strides that we really had planned to by this time. But along with providing capacity building sessions for third sector organizations, there's also the need to create third sector organizations or to facilitate the development of third sector organizations that are financially sustainable. So good governance is good, but Scripture says, money answereth all things. There's very little you can do without money. And so financial sustainability is an area that government and my ministry is also concerned about. Government has made a decision at the level of the cabinet to carve out a portion of what we refer to as the renewable energy pie for the third sector. Again, intentional action, not remembering as we were walking down the road, oh shoot, we got to look after these organizations. This government has been intentional in its work for the third sector, for civil society organizations. And so a percentage, as we look at renewable energy, as we look at the climate crisis, and the need to move the country to a sustainable path of development, we recognize that renewable energy represents one of those opportunities that include sustainable development, green jobs, what we in the labor sector would call a just transition, but also opportunity to create financial inflow for civil society organizations. It is a matter that we have been grappling with, that we've been giving thought to, and we have had a number of discussions with the ministry responsible for energy, the energy division of the ministry that is responsible for energy and business, in an effort to be able to make the concept a reality. And we recognize that we are still in the embryonic stages of developing the idea, because the renewable energy pie relates not just to civil society, but public transport, the provision of water. There are a number of entities that are to benefit from the bounty that should accrue from renewable energy. But we have to make that idea into a reality. We have to get to the point where there is actual dollars that reach the intended recipients. And so that is a matter that we're working on, and I take this opportunity to update this chamber and to update the country on that. We've had our most recent meeting it included some civil society organizations. It included some civil society organizations, and it included the Aspire Foundation, and we are working with them to see if we can develop a structure that will allow for us to be able to translate the idea, as I said, into a reality for these organizations. I would also say to this Honourable Chamber, Mr. Speaker, that we have been working on developing a portal for philanthropy in this country. We were kind of well on our way in 2019, preparing for the gathering. That was when we intended to launch this portal. And when I say portal, if I may just probably backtrack a little bit, to say that when we speak about the portal, we were talking or are speaking of a facility on the internet that will allow us to indicate to the world the projects that need funding. And many of these projects will be projects coming from civil society organizations. But this portal is, well, conceptually is intended to allow persons who are philanthropic, those who want to give, who want to donate funds, but also their talents, their abilities, their time. It will allow them to be able to see the projects that are available to receive contributions and also actually make those contributions. And we've been working with the ministry responsible for innovation, science and technology. And I also take this opportunity to say to my colleague, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, that we need some action in this regard. It is taking too long, and it cannot be either by my ministry or his, a situation where it is not seen as a priority. And I'm saying to him, like I'm saying to myself and the officers in my ministry, that this is a matter that needs to come to a conclusion. It has to, because we need the mechanisms that will allow our third sector organizations to be able to fulfill their mandate. We need to be facilitators of the vision of organizations like the Autism Association of Barbados and other organizations that are relatively small, that do not have all of the people resources or all of the financial resources. A government is elected to assist. And as we recognize that we cannot do everything, we have to place significant emphasis on being that facilitating entity, which is what a good government will be. But we've been working on that portal, and we will continue so that it becomes a reality and we are able to be in a position where we can channel the resources, or have the resources channeled. Because I shouldn't say channel the resources. The Honourable Member for the city also knows we are third sector people, and donors don't necessarily like to hear governments talking about channeling resources. And that is why I keep using the term facilitator, because donors are probably justifiably so skeptical of governments. Governments have what is called the consolidated fund. So sometimes you don't know when something goes in the consolidated fund where it ends up. And so donors prefer to work directly with organizations, charitable organizations, and we then become facilitators even though we develop the construct, the system, the model, and we become the facilitators in that regard. I've said in this honorable chamber before that the matter of disability is one that we need to pay particular attention to. I had, during the lunch break, Mr. Speaker, I sat with members of the association, and hearing them speak reminded me, and that's the reason why I started with the scripture of Christ being touched by our infirmities. I remember, and I've said it here before, like I said just now, being part of an experience which allowed me to understand a little better what persons with disabilities go through. This program was called Enter My World. And it was held at the Hilton. I got there, went into the foyer downstairs, and was paired with a lady in a wheelchair. So I sat in a wheelchair. I then followed her, and we wheeled ourselves into one of the smaller conference rooms. Now, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the floor at Hilton was flat until I started to, and then I realized that I got some little areas of gradient. But then you start feeling it in your arms. I went to the rooms are on the right. There's a breezeway that looks straight to the sea. There are some smaller rooms on the right. So we were going in that direction. Mr. Speaker, when you rub your knuckles on a door jamb, you become acutely aware of spaces. And what I found was that I became, after that, very aware of door sizes, very aware of gradients, very aware of what sometimes people call, in my view mistakenly, wheelchair accessible. Because unless you're in a motorized vehicle, some of those places that are considered accessible really are not. But I repeat that just to say that it is sometimes not possible to, well, first of all, if you don't live it, you don't know it. But even to start to understand a little bit, you have either to hear from persons who are living the experience, or in some cases, it would not apply necessarily to persons on the spectrum, but in some areas of disability, you actually have to be in a situation. One of my colleagues was blindfolded, and after about an hour and a half, maybe, he asked for the blindfold, because he was paired with some person who was vision impaired. He asked for the blindfold to be taken off, and he said to us in all seriousness that he felt as though he was going mad. Those were his words. Sometimes we don't use those kinds of words, no, but that is what he said. And I think we understand what he meant. He felt as though he was going mad. I say that to say that those who either are living with a disability or are carers of persons with disabilities go through some experiences that we cannot fathom. And beside what we do as a government to facilitate organizations, and through facilitating organizations, assist persons with disabilities, our policy, the legislation that will come, there also has to be, and we have started it through the town hall meetings, but it has to be a consistent public education of the various areas of disability, because there are many. There are many. And often we think of disability, we think of wheelchairs, or we think of visual. So persons with canes, they're called canes. Okay, canes, right. Or persons in wheelchairs. But there are many other disabilities. And I believe that sometimes we are insensitive, not necessarily because we want to. There are some worthless people out there who will laugh at everything and be insensitive. But there are many persons, I believe, Mr. Speaker, who are insensitive because they just don't know, out of ignorance. And so I remember in the conversation earlier today, thinking that there must have been persons, both my parents were teachers, there might have been persons who were on the spectrum who my dad, now of blessed memory, may have administered lashes to because he considered the person to be disobedient. I use my dad as opposed to my mom because my father was pretty quick with the strap. Yeah, like the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. But it might have been that the child might have been on the spectrum. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can say that today only because of the education I got during lunch today. And I'm saying that the same way that I learned something today, we need to expose Barbadians to a lot of this information. Now, a lot of us like juicy stuff, whether you're cussing the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South or cussing the minister responsible for NIS, that's what people kind of like to do. But we still, in spite of that, have a responsibility to share information. The associations have that responsibility, but I think government also has a responsibility. As a kind of an umbrella organization in this country, to share this information, maybe we call it in bite-sized pieces, that over time, we can sensitize our population to these various areas of disability so that we can have a better understanding. In a meeting last night, the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South spoke to the fact that where he parks, opposite where he parks at the ministry, there are 3 areas designated for persons with disabilities. I had to share with him, because we work in the same building, I park in another area of the car park. And in front of where I park, there are 2 areas designated for persons with disabilities. Government vehicles park there. People park and get out and run into the building from there. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas works in the building too, and she knows. We are, in spite of signage, in spite of all kinds of things, there is still a level of insensitivity. It may or may not, well, it could be callous, or it could be out of ignorance as well. Sometimes a combination. And so, again, another example of why I feel we have to spend some more time and put more effort into sensitizing our population. Persons with disabilities are human beings. First and foremost, human beings. And that is why we use the term persons with disabilities. They are not disabled persons. They are persons who have disabilities. Persons first and foremost. They deserve our respect because they are persons. And Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no reason why people who were called 1/3 human or 2/3 human should be tolerating individuals looking at other human beings and considering them as less than fully human beings. No descendant of enslaved people should be looking down on anybody who is a human being. As a matter of fact, we don't even, the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central would not even want us to look down on canines, also known as dogs. They feel very strongly about that. I mean, they want to lock up people who mistreat animals. And that's in place. And if we do that with animals, imagine about people. So we have to be, when the extreme happens, we have to be punitive. But before we get to that point, we really have to do some sensitizing and some educating on the matter of how we relate to persons with disabilities. The council, I think it's the council, has the program Fully Accessible Barbados. And that is a program that Barbados must rally behind. I was in a hotel sometime last year, and I saw a piece of equipment. And because I feel very sensitive to these things, it was a seat to use in a public swimming pool. I took a photo of it and almost immediately sent it to the Honourable Member for St. James North. Because our facilities, we have to start ensuring that our facilities allow us to be able to accommodate everybody. We have to. There is no reason why a person with a disability shouldn't be able to enjoy the sea, a swimming pool, a play park. Why? They're human beings. They are human beings, just like us. And so we have to be intentional. As a ministry, we are also very clear, and we supported and still support the council on the matter of employing persons with disabilities. We support there's a program, and I forget now the name of the program, but we encourage employers to make whatever reasonable accommodations are possible. So we understand that it is not always possible, and not every disability can be accommodated. But we appeal to employing organizations to do what they can, what is reasonable, in order to be able to accommodate persons with disabilities, so that these persons can make the contribution that they really want to make to the development of our country. I hired, when I was in the tourism industry some years ago, I hired a young lady. I think it was after the first time I heard about fully accessible Barbados. I hired a young lady who could not hear. And, Mr. Speaker, she was the most productive housekeeper. Well, let me say, because I see my staff from time to time, so I don't want them to abuse me. She is one of the most productive housekeepers that I ever hired. Because when the others sign up talking, she's working. She's working. She wanted to work. She was not forced to work. She wanted to work. She made a contribution to the organization. And I'm saying to employers and employing representatives of employing organizations, we have to accommodate our people. We passed in this honorable chamber a piece of legislation from my ministry, the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act. In that act, we were very clear to include disability as one of those areas that a person cannot be discriminated against for in terms of employment. Disability is one of those areas. We did that deliberately because we believe, Mr. Speaker, that all human beings in this country, and I didn't say all Barbadians, I said all human beings in this country, because wherever they were born, once they are here, they deserve protection, they deserve opportunity. And that is what this government is about. We make no apologies for it. We support free movement, and the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, has mandated that myself and my ministry get back to her on the protections that will attend to persons as they move freely within this region. Because we are part of a Caribbean civilization, and just like we recognize that all persons, including persons with disabilities, are human beings, all persons who are here also ought to be protected. And I include that to say that is our perspective on humanity. That is how we feel about human beings. And Mr. Speaker, the approach as it manifests itself is a work in progress. We have a philosophy. We are doing a number of things, but we haven't yet arrived. But I want to give the assurance to the people of this country that this government will continue on the path of ensuring that human beings are treated as human beings and that persons with disabilities are provided with all the opportunities necessary to allow them to become fulfilled citizens or fulfilled residents of this country, contributing like you or me to our society in whatever area of development that may be. They deserve our support, they deserve our facilitation because they are us. I want, Mr. Speaker, to end with, I'm not going to call it what it is called normally. I prefer to quote the text because some people use a term for it, and many Barbadians, particularly younger people, do not realize that this is a biblical concept. But in both Matthew 7:12 and Luke 6:31, there is recorded the words, treat people, and this is the New American Standard Bible Version, treat people the same way you would want them to treat you. That which we refer to as the golden rule, and I already said why I refrain from calling it the golden rule, because some people believe that somebody, Aristotle or somebody, came up with this. But this is a quote from Jesus. But anyway, once we get that in our heads, our approach to those on the autism spectrum, our approach to persons with disabilities, our approach to people generally will change if we recognize their essential humanity and if we make a decision to treat them and to treat to them in the same way that we would want to be treated. Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution before this honorable chamber, and I am obliged to you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really rise to pleasantly add my voice to this resolution and to say that this is consistent with the approach that this government has taken and will continue to take to partner with associations and entities in this country to help us bridge the gap in the protection and in the empowerment of our citizens. We recognized many years ago, and I keep saying it, that when we work together, we win the big battles. And if government tries to fight these battles on its own, it's not going to make it. If the NGOs try to win it on their own, they're not going to make it. If the private sector tries to do it or labor tries to do it on its own, they're not going to make it. And there are few things that I hope will come to reflect the tone and theme and beliefs of this government. We've said from the beginning, share the burden, share the bounty. We've said from the beginning, many hands make light work. We've said from the beginning, we win when we work together. And the reality is we could not have won either with respect to saving our currency or indeed dealing with the massive battle of COVID and the pandemic if we did not come together collectively. There are a few difficulties that we've not sufficiently overcome socially as a society. And it therefore requires a renewed partnership, an invigorated partnership. We had the confidence in the Honourable Member for St. James North to be able to ask him to serve and to start the consultative process with respect to a different deal for the disabled and the differently able community. And we recognize that separate from government policy, the volunteerism and participation of individuals and associations is going to be critical in closing the gap and delivering the deal where possible. I cannot imagine what it is like for a parent to have to deal with day in, day out with a child suffering from autism. But I do know that they have the hope, and I do know that there are examples of those who have done it successfully. If we can lighten the burden of those who must carry that weight, then that is our responsibility. I wish that we led a country and a government where money was no option, no issue for us at all. Regrettably, that has not been our condition as a government, having inherited the third most indebted country in the world in terms of per capita. But in spite of that, we have found ways of partnering with entities and associations, developing policies. Today we met with the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, working with them on a number of key initiatives that we would need to be able to have with respect to senior citizens and improving the quality of their life. I anticipate that in the near future, the Hinkson report, which has informed the policy of the Ministry of People Empowerment, will come to this floor. And when that happens in the next few weeks or months, we will be in a position to have a fuller debate on these matters. But I want to salute those persons who volunteer and give their time. Barbados Autism Association, the Barbados Alzheimer's Association, the Heart Foundation. We can go on the Cancer Society. All of these institutions that have been formed to bridge the gap, to be able to allow partnership to strengthen our chances for success in being able to help persons. There is one major project that we have not yet started, and I hope that over the next few years, we are going to be in a position to work in partnership to make it happen. We need a hospice. And I've said over and over, parents and those providing care, they too need a break. You know, when you're in a plane, they tell you immediately, put the oxygen mask on yourself first, even before you give it to the child that is traveling with you or the elderly person that's traveling with you, because they recognize that if you are not fit for purpose, you can't take care of the person who is under your charge. And I therefore hope that we can find partners in the philanthropic community in this country, along with government, along with some of the aged buildings that we have that are just there lying, to be able to have hospice-type facilities for those who just need respite and who need a break, who need to breathe for a week, 2-3 times a year, in order to fight the other 49, 50 weeks of the year. And I think that if we can set that as a collective ambition, it's one of the things that I would wish that this government undertake in partnership with others. And therefore, I say to all of you who are volunteering your time to these organizations, you have our support, you have our respect, and you have our partnership. If I'm not moving as fast as I would like to move, it is because of the varying obligations that we have and the requests that are upon us. When, just after the last election, when the new cabinet was being sworn in, I spoke to the kind of society that I want us to have, and I spoke to the fact that I grew up in a household where my aunt, who is deaf-mute, and who has been taken care of, certainly in my family from the time my parents got married in 1964, probably when I was born actually, in 1965, she has effectively lived with us. And we grew up in a household where you could not leave her at home alone. So as young teenagers, when you want to go on hot-footed with all of the rest of your friends, we knew that one of the three of us who were older had to be able to stay at home if no one else was going to be there. You learn responsibility straight off. I very often reflect on the fact that as a young married couple, my father could have said, not me, because both of our parents were alive and go with them. Over the course of time, she's been with them. She's still alive, she's still with them. This is now how many years? 64, 36, 23, 59 years? Oh shoot, next year is their diamond anniversary. She's been with them almost 60 years. Now, I asked the question because a young married couple taking on the additional responsibility of feeding an adult, of when you're traveling or going out, having to make sure that they either come with you or arrangements are put in place for them. Those are heavy, heavy obligations that people take. And I've just come out of a press conference with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for People Empowerment and the Minister for Innovation and Science and Technology with BAR, urging Barbadians to reflect in their hearts and to recognize that the measure of a society that is functioning well and that is developing and becomes developed is not just about how many buildings we have or what the GDP is or all of the other economic metrics. It is also about what kind of family structure and society and communities we are building. And more often than not, that involves giving back. That is why we were the first to agree to give and reinstate fees for students when Deputy Prime Minister was then Minister of Education with the University of the West Indies and the post-secondary institutions. But what did we say? We're going to pay for you, but there must be Operation Give Back. And that everybody needs to give back a certain amount of hours per year, because while we are paying for you, it means that we don't have the money to put in other things that we might otherwise have considered deserving of public expenditure. And therefore you have to help us carry that load. So that sense of volunteerism, the ability to put the Community Elders Program in place at the National Assistance Board. COVID has come, COVID has gone. We have kept that program going as a major new program because we recognize that when people are actively engaging with senior citizens, the chances of them remaining alert and active are considerably greater than otherwise. And the Minister for People Empowerment can give you the information that they're discovering in their work with them. We're doing these things because the kind of society that we develop and nurture matters, and the kind of values that we pass on matters. When we go to a funeral, nobody don't tell you about somebody's bank account. They tell you about what kind of person they were, what they did, how they treated other people. And I want to urge Barbadians to develop a culture even now of covenanting, to give money on an annual basis to these associations. Everybody has their pet one, whether it is the Barbados Autism Association, the Barbados Alzheimer's Association, the Cancer Society, the Heart Foundation, the Barbados Diabetes Association. All of these entities need support. And secondly, for some of us, we don't necessarily like to talk about death, but planning out our affairs, you may want to leave the majority of your estate for your family, but leave a little something for a cause which you strongly supported and believe will help ease the burden of others in this country. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is not by accident that the elder from St. Peter, and I call him the elder from St. Peter not because of his age, but because of his locus standi in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, has also ended his speech with the same words. And I really do believe that is consistent with what got our great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents through difficult times. I grew up learning in the city about the share pot. Today I got, I give with you. The more you got, you share with me. You know? And the reality is, it is that spirit that built the resilience that got us through this country. With respect to the identification and support for autism within the educational system and for other learning disabilities, as recent as last night in meetings with the Ministry of Education, I indicated that the government will continue to support and expand support for testing for particularly for those families whose income does not allow them to be able to get the testing, the diagnostic testing and support that they need in this country. And the truth is that the earlier we put these things in place, the better it is for the children, the better it is for the family. And I think that there are experiences that all of us know, because those who are autistic are exceptionally brilliant. In fact, I would venture to suggest that most major discoveries in the world were probably as a result of people who may be autistic or on the spectrum somewhere, because the Lord finds a way of blessing us in ways to compensate for the other things that have happened. And therefore, I hope and pray that the sensitization and public education that we need from our schools to our communities to our places of employment can be put in place. And I'm using my office as well as the work and policies of this government to reinforce the message that when we say that each one matters and that we care, that we mean it. We may not always be able to give you everything that you need, just like a parent is not always be able to give you the gift that you want at Christmas or the gift that you need at your birthday, but we will love you, we will work with you, we will take care of you, and we will hopefully reinvigorate an ethos that was part of our community to look out for each other and to treat each other as we deserve to be treated and as we would like to be treated. If we can do these things, then I believe that this will be a better society. I've also asked that the Ministry of Public Works looks at the accessibility in the major towns, particularly the sidewalk and the public buildings. Those are things coming out of the Hinkson report, I believe, as well. And when we bring the settled policy for consultation here, and then the final policy, we hope that we will see the improvements in these areas. But I am serving notice that we don't need to wait for all of that to happen to do the obvious things like accessibility, quite frankly, and like increasing the budget periodically for the Ministry of Education to support those parents whose income cannot support the testing of their children with respect to things. The Minister of Education will tell you that only last night, as I said, I raised this issue with them, and I've asked them to present us a framework for how they would want to see the expansion. There are a lot of private providers outside of the ministry who provide these diagnostic services, and not every family is capable of affording it. I say all of these things to be able to reinforce in the public of Barbados why those of us who have been blessed with the ability to work, to earn, to invest, recognize that the government cannot do it alone. And if you have the ability to work, let us work harder and more productive. If you have the ability to invest and grow this economy, work with us to invest and grow this economy. Because what we are doing is not only carrying you along when you succeed, but your ability to make the country grow helps us to help those who cannot help themselves. And this partnership with the provision of the land, as well as the other things we intend to do in partnership with these associations to help us meet our obligations to those who constitute the most vulnerable among us, these are the things that we will make progress on in partnership, but alone would take too long for us to settle and do everything else that we're doing, given the climate crisis, given the other deficits that we inherited with respect to indebtedness, given all of the other things that you hear us talk about so often. So, Mr. Speaker, I take great pleasure. I didn't know whether I would be able to speak because of alternative meetings, but I'm happy that the members in here have seen this debate as an important debate to be able to signal not only how we feel, but to also communicate with the Barbadian public what the government stands for with respect to how it wants to treat to the most vulnerable among us, and how it wants to build partnerships with other citizens in this nation to achieve noble objectives to make the lives of those who, through no fault of their own, are facing a condition, and secondly, for the parents and guardians and wider family who have had to exercise patience and who have had to give and sacrifice so much, particularly because they're dealing with a developing society that has had to evolve with its services and support systems for people who are either autistic or differently able or disabled, mentally challenged, physically challenged. And we need to see disability differently. We need to see it differently because almost every human being has a disability. It's just that some are more acute than others. And if we start from that premise, then our attitude will be different in all that we do. So I thank the Ministry of Housing. The minister isn't here, but I thank the senior minister for introducing the bill. And I thank all members who spoke today in reinforcing the message that this is not just about government policy or what government wants to do. This is about changing the ethos of a nation to ensure that we go back to taking care of each other and to reject the individualism and the consumerism that has caused us to remain blinkered rather than being all-embracing in the share pot mentality into which I was born in the city and St. Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I beg to move the suspension of the House until Friday, the 22nd of September.
You want to suspend for further consideration.
Sorry. Right. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House be suspended, that this bill be, resolution be, that we suspend that we suspend for further consideration of the resolution.
Honourable member for Antolain? Prater? The question is that this resolution be suspended for further consideration. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution is suspended for further consideration.
No,
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore beg to move the suspension of the House until Friday, the 22nd of September at 10 a.m. to continue the debate. So it's a suspension. We're continuing the debate. So it's a
Adjourn. You already suspended for further consideration of the bill, so you would. So the resolution.
To adjourn.
The House will be adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Friday, the 22nd of September at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until Friday, the 22nd of September at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands adjourned until Friday, the 22nd day of September at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.